Oh, it's doing the thing where it swaps devices again. Hold on. Hold on. Sometimes sometimes it gets hijacked. Hold on. There we go. Fixed it. No! Oh my god. Hold on, I have to go turn a thing off. One sec. Okay, is it back? Oh yeah, there it is, there it is. There it is. Okay. I have like other devices Spotify can like cast to, and for some reason every now and then this one speaker just like completely hijacks it. And usually I can just click around Spotify and be like, yeah, play on this device though. Sometimes I have to go to that other room and I have to like turn it off again. Like, it's not even on, but it's like perma sleep mode, you know. I have to go tell it to stop. Anyway, give me like 2 more minutes. I mean, I'm here. I can talk. I'm just, you know, sorting something out first. Hi, Auntie. Hello, my child. Any questions for me while I'm sorting out this last bit of shit? How doing? Doing just fine. Feeling a bit sick, but when am I not? I wanted to record a bunch of stuff last night, and I just couldn't. I felt like shit, so I just played games. We did some of the Battlefield beta, and like I wanted to record a bit earlier in the day, um, but I wasn't feeling well, and I threw up in the middle of the day, and like you know, your voice gets a little fucked. So I waited a bit, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll play Battlefield, and then after I'll record. But I just could not. I feel better today, like vocally, but yeah, it just sucked. But it's just like it's not like new sickness. It's like normal, my regular health issues. So podcast is almost fun. Yeah, it went well, and then I got like a little sick after, so I went and like got groceries. You know, like I just went and did some errands, so I like wasn't sitting here. If I sit here, I'll end up talking to somebody. You know. So I was like, I'm just gonna not speak, let that rest up. Did like a peak run, which was fine. Played Battlefield, and I was like, I kind of feel fine. And then the moment I started trying to record, and I had to like raise my voice for this recording, I was like, oh god, I can't. So I was like, I just need to keep my voice like this the whole time, you know, and all that. It stunk. So I'll try again tonight. try again. So you hate with throwing up. Does your voice? You have to avoid singing for like a few days. Yeah, it you kind of have to take it easy sometimes. I don't know. I do have the occasional abdominal problems. I get some stomach issues and stuff, and it's just kind of left over from health issues. So I will sometimes just like get sick, but it doesn't mean that like I'm ill with something someone could catch. You know what I mean? So it's just something you just deal with. I'm trying to be a dick. Could your sickness be due to a missing liver? I mean, I'm not entirely sure how that works. If I was missing a liver, I'd be dead. No, I'm not missing liver. And I do know what my illness is due to, so you don't have to take any guesses or anything like that. I have old lasting damage and side effects, I'll call it, from being very ill previously. So it's like, it's not no, don't say sorry, you're fine. It's not anything like new or anything like that. It's just occasionally I'll just get a bit sick. Yeah, the Schmieditis. Yeah, there's just like some bits of tissue damage here and there, and it just means that things can be thrown out of whack a bit more easily, is the best way for me to describe it. So if what used to be like a quick little tummy ache now could be like I'll actually throw up and then like be sick for a day or two sometimes. Not always, not every, it depends on what it's caused by, but you know, like things like that for me can sometimes be just like more of an issue than they used to be. Nothing that affects me currently is like actively giving me more permanent damage or anything like that, which is good. It just means I have to have these symptoms more, you know, which stinks. I did have something removed. I had an ovary, fallopian tube, and a part of the uterus that the fallopian tube was attached to removed. That's what I did have removed. But no, like, necessary organs for, like, living. You know what I mean? Like, not like liver or anything like that. Thankfully, not even kidney. I know they say you can live with one kidney, but having two is very nice. It's hard to have just one. So, you know. But there's a lot of leftover damage from the whole ordeal. So. But, again, the good news is that it doesn't cause me further damage, so I'm not gonna say I'm not concerned, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't get sick and go like, oh no, and like start thinking about life and stuff, because it's just like, you're just gonna have to deal with this symptom, right? Not the worst, not the best. But yeah, it just sucks because like sometimes I'll just randomly get sick. Like I don't even always know what causes it. It's usually either related to food in a physical way. I don't know how to describe it. Like sometimes while I'm digesting, if I also have like certain hormone levels being in a certain way, I'll just get nauseous. And sometimes like a couple things are happening at the same time and I just end up feeling sick from it. Just get nausea from it. So that kind of stinks. But it can be dealt with, so it's not like terrible. It's not the worst. And then the good news is the feeling of like feeling like I want to throw up or whatever, that does go away pretty quickly. It either happens or it doesn't. And the nausea usually doesn't last for a long time, so that's not too bad. But I do just feel tired afterward. I just end up feeling so tired. And I guess I'll sit here and like game and do some work at like my computer, but I won't be getting up and like steam cleaning my floors, you know, or like like nothing even mildly intensive, which stinks. Stinky McFartnuts, thank you for the tier 3 for 38 months. Comrade, thank you for gifting a sub. Lesh, thank you for gifting a sub. Lynn, thank you for the 33 months. Dignity, thank you for 16. Killer Cookie, thank you for the 24. PTD, thank you for the 12. Elegius, thank you for the tier 3 for 41 months. And Lair Feyre, thank you for 27. Thank you for 27. Seeds, you said you were watching last night. Were you watching his POV? I think I'll go over like the weekend's RP happenings tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Sorry, Tuesday. When we're streaming on the alt, maybe? Because it's getting into like the depths, the dregs that I'm like, I don't talk about that on the main channel so much. But the TLDR is that there was just a conversation where my character was able to reveal a bit more of her lore. A little bit. Because there's a lot that I just wrote out a while back, and then I decided I'm not going to sit there and just regale my chat while I'm in an RP stream with what her lore is. I'll just, if they're like the right conversations, I'll have her say things, and you can just learn piece by piece, and that's it. As if you are just one of those other characters sitting there listening to it. So, but I will maybe give, like, if people want to know what a couple things meant specifically, I can like fill in a little. But yeah. And it's cool. It's cool because it's part of the reason why she is so dedicated to being a doctor, never gave that up, etc., etc. But we'll do that Tuesday. Yeah, the alt is there. The alt is not like a secret alt or anything like that, so we advertise it just fine here. I do mostly hop on GTA with it. Occasionally I've played other shit. If I'm sick and didn't really feel like streaming, I'll just turn mic off and so I still play a game and screen share and just type in chat. I've done that a few times. Or if I'm finishing a game, and there's a part I really want to show and have a VOD of, sometimes I'll do that on alt too. But it's mostly RP, so, you know. One of my friends pointed out something that I thought was a really good point, and they were like, you know, they were like, on days where things are like a little slow, you're playing a story game and you're like, I don't know if I want to continue this because we're getting into like a grindy section and it might be a bit like more boring or whatever. I was like, honestly, they said you should just immediately go live on your alt, go over there, and that way you could just like farm for 5 hours while watching like videos on the side with everyone. And like do the lazy content kind of thing instead of just like swapping to a more active, exciting game to finish stream and then like doing the grind off stream or whatever. They were like, you just raid your own alt and you know what I mean? I was like, you know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Because we do play a lot of story games where there are portions of the game that are like make a lot of sense to stream. And then there are other bits where like sometimes there's just a grind, and a lot of the time I'll put the game away and I'll do that off stream so you don't have to watch it. But I was like, you know what? It's not a bad idea. And then yeah, we could just like, I could just put a video in the corner and we just watch the video, you know, or whatever. A lot of art streamers will do that when they're just working on stuff and they need to lock in. I thought that was a funny idea. Because it's true, the alt doesn't have to be like, ooh, good streams, or like there's like literally zero pressure for anything. I could stream on there and literally never talk. Like only talk in game and then that's it. If I really felt like it, so. You know. Subway Surfer split screen version of a Twitch stream. Yeah, right? Right? It's true. It could work. Okay, hold on. I put lip balm on because I have a really bad habit. I peel my lips off every day. I pick at the skin and I just rip the skin off every day. I cannot not do that. And it's usually not bad. I bled so much yesterday though. Cause I threw up. And you know, I shouldn't have been messing with anything, but I went crazy on it. I went crazy. I think a lot of people do a little bit of it. I do a lot of that. Yeah, I'll chew on mine too. I've always been like a skin peeler. When I was younger, sorry if this is gross. When I was younger, I used to like peel scabs off constantly. Really bad because you can get infected, but I would treat the wounds properly so I wouldn't get infected. And I'm diagnosed with OCD. It was definitely related at one point. I think now this is just more of a habit. I don't really do the scab stuff or anything. But when I was younger, it was really bad. So I got into a bunch of bad habits with it. And the one I haven't been able to quit is the lip shit. So it's it is what it is. Excoriation disorder. Yeah, I have always had it. I had it real strong before. Still have it, but not nearly as bad. But yeah, I like rip my lips off, man. It goes along with OCD in that it is a self-soothing thing, and it's just like because I don't get like ultra anxious. I'm not used to feeling very, very anxious, so when I do feel a little anxious, immediately I start like picking at something or something like that, and it just gets rid of like that anxiety. But the result, like, I'll feel so much better, but then I'll like rip my lip skin off, you know. So it's like not good. So, you know, it's but I'll take it because there are other habits I've gotten rid of. And you can't cure OCD when you're fully diagnosed and you're like really in the trenches. You can't, you know, you're not going to get rid of the issues. So of all things to kind of sit there and remain, not the worst one. I'll take it, you know. Used to mangle your hands. Yeah, I used to be one of those hand over washers. I still am a little bit. It was not a germophobia thing. It is oils from people, from creatures of any kind, anything living. When they touch things, then they leave oil from their skin on a surface. Or when they're walking around and skin cells flake off of them, right? It's just like stuff coming off of people, which is very normal and natural. But I had like this weird fixation on that and how much I didn't like that. So I would wash my hands a lot so that I wasn't leaving a lot of oils everywhere. I would like hold something. You know, if you touch your phone screen, you see a little smear sometimes, right? Like when the screen's off, it's black, it's dark, and you could tell where you've touched it because it's just your natural skin oils. It's not even a huge amount. It's like the tiniest bit. That stuff I used to like not be able to handle it. I would go wash my hands if I saw it immediately. I'd be like, oh, it's building up. I have to get rid of it. And I would do that. And I was this overwasher, and I had like wounds on my hands straight up sometimes because it was bad. That's part why you're on big on skincare. Yeah, I've talked about this before. One of the reasons I got into skincare so much was because I was trying to find something to replace that because I was aware I couldn't. Here, wait, I can click this button now. I was aware of myself that I couldn't really like get rid of my issue, right? I couldn't get rid of it. So I was like, I need to replace it. And that was something that I was taught pretty heavily when I was in therapy for this stuff. Like, you know, you're going to have some issues that you can't just get rid of, but maybe you can rethink it, right? Figure out something else that's healthier to get rid of this worry that you have, right? So with OCD, like you fixate on something, it stresses you out. The thought of it stresses you out, or you ruminate on a thing. It takes up time. You end up with anxiety of some sort. And then you develop some sort of thing that you do, a ritual or whatever your compulsion is, to like check it so you can feel sure about it, or to fix it, or to soothe yourself, or whatever it is, right? So I tried to replace the excessive washing with like, let me take care of my skin. And I started researching like how these oils are produced, in what amounts, what makes sense, blah, blah, blah. Instead of being like insanely bothered by my hand touching something and leaving residue, instead I was like just trying to be okay with a certain amount of it being normal. And then to make sure your skin doesn't overproduce oil, if you keep it moisturized, you know, it'll only do like a normal amount. So I got into that. So it started with my hands, actually, skincare. It started with that. I also had eczema really badly, and I would get that on the inside of my elbows, insides of my knees, especially. So treating that as well, you know, and it kind of fixed a few issues all at once. It didn't fix everything perfectly, but it fixed the me trying to peel everything off issue, or me trying to excessively wash and have my hands, you know, cracking and all that kind of stuff. And that's kind of why I was so affected too, because I did have eczema. So when I would dry my hands out, it was not good. It was not just like, ooh, I'm a bit dry. Like my skin was gonna break open, you know. So I really like, I really got into lotion. I really got into all that stuff, and that helped a lot. So, yeah. But I still do have the, you know, pick at my lip thing. That I can't get rid of. And then when I have a spot that bleeds and it's like extra scaly, extra scabby, I'm way more inclined to want to pick at it. That makes me want to remove it more, because it feels like a little shelf of skin, and I'm like, ooh, I want to get rid of it. You know? I don't know. So I try to put something on so that I don't do it. I may still like push through and do it anyway, but you know, I try not to. I try not to. Hi, Half. How are you? You had a time where you were super stressed with everything going on. You were picking at your scalp, had a lot of bleeds, but it was hard to notice until it scabbed over since the hair absorbed the blood at first. I remember one of the first times like my family noticed that something was up with me was I was getting checked for lice at school. You know, they check kids for lice. I was getting checked for lice, and a teacher reported. They were worried that I was like injured. They didn't think my parents did it because of like the way the scabbing was, but they still reported in, and they were just like, "Can we check on that? Like ask her what that is?" Because I had scabs all over my scalp, and they were hidden by my hair, so no one knew. But I like clearly I had recently bled in so many spots, and they were like, "What is this?" But the patterning of it, luckily the lady wasn't like, "I think she's being hit." She was looking at it, she was like, "I think she's scratching," you know. like but I didn't have lice, so she's like, "Does she have another issue?" Or you know, and she was trying to figure out like what was going on. And so they reported in. My parents are asked, and my mom's like, "You know, I don't do her hair." I was like old enough that I was doing my hair. You know, my mom was like, "I don't do her hair. Let me look." And I remember her like going through just like checking lice, where they comb like line by line and look. And she was like, "What the hell is this?" And she was like, "Are you stressed? Like, what is going on?" You know, and she wasn't reprimanding me at all. She just like, she knew something was up a little bit, but couldn't place it because a lot of the compulsions that I had were in my head. There were things I did like mentally instead of physically, so it's hard to see. And that was like the first time where she, thankfully, she kind of recognized it a bit quickly, or like recognized the category of things that might be within quickly. Thank God, because she's her. So she was like, "Wait a minute." But we thought it was just like strong habit. One of your brothers has OCD. When we were younger, he couldn't stand using doorknobs. Doorknobs, really? I never had actually no, I did, but not like too often. I didn't have too many issues with avoidant stuff like that, where like there was a thing that bothered me, so I couldn't do it. It was just one or two things, but they were big things, so it was very annoying. But something like doorknobs is pretty awful, because like every door you go in has doorknobs. You know? That sucks. Or especially if it's like the rounded one. I mean, maybe it's not so bad, but yeah. Mental fixations of the OCD is so debilitating sometimes. Yeah, because you tunnel vision so hard. sometimes I'd be tunneling on it, a thought or a thing, and I like legitimately couldn't even hear because I was so focused that my brain was just not, it was just tuning everything out legitimately. Like people would be talking, I'd be aware that someone had been talking, and then at some point I would be like, I don't know if someone was talking next to me for the last 5 minutes because I can't even tell you. Like that's how much I was just in my head, you know, and that was that was like there was a point where I was like, I think I am crazy, you know, and I was like, oh my, go get help. But yeah, it was like those types of realizations for sure. Like when in a movie all sounds become background sound. Yeah, it just fades out. Your brain stops paying attention to it, so you don't even remember it. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. You get super tunnel vision when you read something interesting. Yeah, I've always been like that, even with stuff I like. Like if I read a book, I become incredibly unaware of what's happening around me, and that's why like I would read on the train sometimes, but I would try to read things that were not like things I would get absorbed in. I would read like newspaper, you know, stuff like that, where I still care about it, I still find it interesting, but I'm not like producing so much imagery in my head that I'm like not seeing the world around me, you know? So I would do that. But if I tried to read like a fiction novel that I really liked on the train, I like I would miss my stop and stuff, you know? So I had to stop. I had to. You can't look at birds IRL. It freaks you the fuck out if you're near a bird. Makes you really uncomfortable. No idea what it is. Really, I actively love birds. I love birds so much. I've had pet birds many times over the years. I have family members that currently have pet birds, and I love them. I love seeing birds outside. I love feeding them, all of that. But I know quite a few people that like really cannot stand birds, and I've always wondered because for some people there's some incident right when they were little, some bird like attacked them, and it was just like this flurry in their face, freaked them out. They were young enough that it became an issue, and now they just always hate birds. And then there are other people that it's like that where they're just like, hey, I don't know why. It freaks me out, and I don't know what that is. I was always curious, but it seems to be birds a lot of the time for people. You get fully locked in when you're reading. You've been jump scared on accident so many times. My cats will jump scare me because I'm sitting in one spot. I look comfortable, right? I'm reading a book. I'm just chilling. I'm doing great, but I'm chilling and I'm locked in. And they'll just jump up. They'll be like, "Oh, this is perfect time to sit next to her," and they'll jump up. And every time I jump, you know, because I'm just not tuned into whatever the fuck they're doing. So a cat just goes, boop, and appears, and you're like, ah. They do it all the time. All the time. Miss your pet macaw. I love macaws. My aunt has a macaw right now. She's a macaw and something else. I don't remember what the other one is. She's two very, very smart birds. And her macaw is the one that I think I've told you guys about him. He like lifts up his wings and goes, "Beauty!" If you stick out your arms and go, "Beauty!" back at him. Like if you do it first, he'll do it back. It's so cute. It's so cute. Beauty. And it's funny to watch my aunt do it because she makes this face. I don't know, she's the kind of woman that like loves babies, loves kids, loves animals, and she's just like ultimate caretaker type. So I just like watching her go up to him and go, "Oh, beauty," and he does it. It makes her so happy. It's cute. I think a bird is the right type of pet for someone like that when they're like older, retired, you know. When they're the type of person who like wants everyone around them to have kids, they can take care of their kids with them. Like it's just all they care about doing, you know. A very needy bird is the right pet.
I had a nightmare that a hummingbird used its incredible wing speed to stab me with a toothpick, so I don't have a hummingbird feeder anymore. Faction redeems chat.
Well, there's a story. Stabbed you with a toothpick. I like hummingbirds though. They're cute, but yeah, no, honestly, I just like regular ass birds, little grackles and starlings and chickadees, and the ones you see in North America really commonly. I just like them. Fine by me. Grog, thank you for the prime. Pansmith, thank you for the 34 months. And Taka, thank you for the tier 3 for 11. You have a picture of your old pet shop's bird mascot wearing a little bell as a hat. Oh. Yeah, I had a cockatiel, and I had another bird before that. I was younger and I don't remember what kind of bird it was. And then at another point I had two lovebirds. The cockatiel, he loved to pick things up and scream into them. So if you had like a tiny paper cup, you know those little paper cups for water that they would have at like doctor's offices or in schools or whatever, just tiny, tiny, tiny paper cup to drink from a water cooler. Things like that or that size, if there was a little like opening, he'd pick it up and put his beak over it or into it rather, and he would scream. He'd just go, ah, 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 and he just loved doing that. But he sounded like a person. It wasn't like bird sound. It was like, ah, like it just sounded like a kid doing it. It was so funny. And he wasn't incredibly loud with it too. He wasn't trying to be loud. He just wanted to hear like the sound. Like, what does this object sound like when I yell into it? Now, what does that one sound like when I yell into it, right? And he just loved, I guess, like it sounding different back to him. So he would pick everything up that had even a little opening and yell into it to see what it sounded like. And he just loved it. He loved it so much. Glask. No, I love that bird, the African gray. Glask. Let me see if I can find him. We must listen to him say glass. Ready? God, I love that bird. Glask. And it's just him like tapping an object, feeling what it is. Glask. I love him. Apollo is his name. Man, I love birds. But I think cats are right for me right now. Cats are right. I wouldn't want a bird unless I was retired and had nothing to do with my life. Nothing. Even then, I probably wouldn't get one again because they're just so needy, and I would feel like I couldn't leave it home. I wouldn't be able to go outside because I would feel so bad. I'd be like, this bird gets stressed when I leave, and then I would just never leave. You know? And I know you can train your pets to get used to it, but like, I'm a homebody, so, you know. At least cats will sleep through it. Sounds like some nerdy dude, right? Glask. His little voice. I love that the video is just him like in different scenarios saying glass, but sometimes it's 3 clips in a row of him standing at the same window saying it, and you know he's just standing there saying it over and over. Like he's actually standing there for 5 minutes just going glass at the window. Oh, it's cute. It's cute. Leah, who plays Elena, has the cutest birds. Yeah, the other day I went to her chat and I was like, I was literally playing in the server with her, and I just like stood my character in the corner because I heard her bird scream through her mic a little bit. So I just went to her stream, I opened it, and I was like, hey, I'm stream sniping for a second, can you show bird? And she just reaches behind her and she has like you know, like branch where he was sitting, and she just picks up one. She's like, here he is, puts him on her shoulder. Oh, he's so cute. I love her birds. I love her birds. It's funny because sometimes I'll be like talking to her in game, and I just she's talking and I hear like na 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 in the background. I get like bird sounds. But she was laughing because she was saying at some point like she heard cat sounds through my mic. I'll be talking, there'll be some dramatic conversation. I'm like, well, actually, this thing, blah 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 blah, and then you just hear like meow in the background. Like, oh, there must be cats in here. It's good. They're so loud, man. They're so loud. I have really loud cats. You love owls. I could tell, Hootie. I used to be obsessed with owls when I was younger. I remember I had a phase. Where I was like, they're the best animal. I don't know why. I don't know why I loved them so much at the time. There was no specific thing that got me like into liking owls. I just at some point became fascinated. I love them. I love them. Streamers, the active pets are the best. Stumbled upon Pee and Pooh, who's this girl with a sassy wiener dog. Oh, I love dachshunds too. They, for some reason, dachshunds have like a big tendency to want to just hang out on the couch. Like they just really like to cuddle with their people, and they like to get like on you typically. Not all of them, but a lot of them. It's just a breed thing where they just prefer that. Every single one of my friends that's ever had a dachshund, if I sit down on their couch, their dachshund will end up just like on me. But they climb up like onto your shoulder, chest area, right? And they just hang out there. So I always thought about it. I was like, man, I usually like bigger dogs, but if I were in a shelter and I saw a dachshund, I might grab one, just because like they're the lifestyle, you know? Like, just you sit on your couch and your dog is just like, yo, me too, and gets on you. It's nice. That's kind of why I like cats. I have cats that like to sit in my lap a lot. So, you know, they get to be under something. Yeah, they like to be under blankets, especially. My last dog, she didn't like that. If I tried to put a blanket on her or something, she didn't want it. She wanted to lay next to people. She liked to lean. So if I sat up in my, like in a chair or on my couch or whatever, she would sit upright next to me and then just lean on me. That's what she wanted to do. She didn't want to be necessarily on my lap, and she didn't want to be like under a blanket or anything like that. So I would just like let her lean, and then she would pass out, and if she was sitting on the couch next to me, her shoulders would be above where my shoulders were. She was a very big dog. She was very tall. So she would sit down, her shoulder would be there, and her head, if she like leaned her head toward me, her head would go on top of my head. That's how tall she was. Like if I'm sitting full height, okay, I'm sitting down with my head straight up, she was taller than me, sitting next to me on the couch. That's how big she was. So her head would end up on my head, and I would just like sit there and not move and watch like TV like that or read like that. That's how she would always do it. And she would like eventually slump, but she would sleep like that for a while. She was a huge dog, dude. Especially for a female. For female, usually females are a lot smaller, but she was just big. She was a big doggy. Must have been real nice in the wintertime. Oh, it was. It was. Sometimes I would turn. I would sit like cross-legged a lot, and she would see me, and she'd sit directly in front of me, in front of my legs, and look at me. And I'd just move my feet, and then she'd just like lay down just on my front, and she would just crush me, and I would just let her. She just liked to lean. So I would just do that all the time. That was her favorite. Don't dachshunds have genetic roulette? Yeah, they tend to have issues. That's why, like, I always wanted a Dalmatian. Like, if I picked anything, I always wanted one. But I never wanted to actually end up getting one. I never thought for a second of actually going to do it, because they have so many issues with hearing and blindness. It's like not really bred out of them very well. And your chance of them having hearing issues is super, super high. And I'm like, I'm not here to support breeders not getting rid of those issues, you know? So I always wanted one, but wasn't actually going to do it. I just feel like it's, you know, it felt irresponsible to like go pay a breeder to be like, hey, make another one of those with the issues. Give me one, you know? Not that all of them have it, but it's so common. Especially later in life, they almost all end up with it. So, yeah. Oh, well. Oh, well. I don't know. I know some breeds of dog, they're really breeding out their issues, right? They're mixing in other breeds, trying to keep the nature of what they're like, what they look like, what they act like similar, but trying to like undo the stuff that has health implications, which is nice to see. But I think there are more people just keeping the breed exactly where it is. Yeah, like pugs. Yeah, they're trying to extend the snout a little bit. They're trying to breed out versions of the dogs that just do not have the same breathing issues. It's okay for a dog to have a little bit of a shorter snout, you know, but when they can't fucking breathe, like, you know, it stinks. It stinks. I don't know. What was the point of breeding pugs like that? Was it only the look? Or was there a good reason in the beginning? Let me see. Why did they breed pugs to have short snouts? Yeah, it was just for aesthetic appeal. That sucks. Like, they had dogs with brachycephaly, and then they were just like, yeah, let's keep that going. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. Yeah, like, I don't know. It was a popular dog with nobles at the time. I guess so. You don't think they look cute? Me neither. I think there's a cuteness to some things about it, but I don't look at a pug overall and go, "Oh my god, how cute." I look at it and I feel bad for them. I just feel really bad for them, and I'm like, man, you know, are they ugly cute like fresh babies? See, I don't think okay. I feel like this is a lukewarm take, maybe not a hot take. This feels lukewarm to me, but I do not believe in ugly cute personally. For my aesthetic preferences, there is nothing where I'm like, "Oh, it's so ugly that I'm starting to find affection." Or if they're like ugly traits mixed with cute ones, I don't go, "Yeah, overall it's cute," and the ugliness makes it cuter because it's interesting. I just go, you could have just not done those ugly traits, like, you know, the pug where all I can think about is this poor thing, how can it breathe? I don't look at that and go, "Oh, but it's so cute," to the point where overall I think they're cute, you know. Instead, overall I feel like that's a terrible thing. You know. And then yeah, that's why I like that's why I hate Labubus so much, the way they look, because there's like some stuff about the way it's shaped and like the little thing it's wearing that is cute, but its face is so fucking ugly to the point where I don't want to look at it. I see a Labubu, I look away. I gain no enjoyment. In fact, my day is made worse by having to look at it. You know? So I don't look at the Labubu and go like, "Oh, ugly cute." Like, it just doesn't exist to me. I'm just like, I don't want to look at this, you know? And I think there's nothing wrong with like finding a separate charm in it, but I just don't, the phrase ugly cute is not real to me, at least. They're not real to me. I don't know. You hate them because they're fucking everywhere. That too. I think the thing for me is like, because they're everywhere and they're not conventionally cute in any way, really, it makes me assume that a lot of people don't actually like the way they look. They're just on it because it's a fad. They're on it because it's a trend. They're on it for the meme, but they actually have no, like, if they saw that thing and had never heard of it before, they just saw it in a store next to everything else, would they still have bought it? And I think if the answer is yes, then the answer is yes. That's fine, right? I never like say someone who legitimately likes this thing, "Oh, fuck you for liking this thing." Like, that, there's no point in that, right? Like, that's weird. But I just feel like a lot of people, if, you know, if there was no influence, right? They just saw a lineup of a bunch of toys and stuffed animals and things, and Labubu was in there, they would have just gone, "Ew," and moved away from it, right? They never would have picked it up. So that's why I don't like it. Right? It feels like they're bandwagoning. And I think there's nothing wrong with a little bit of it. A little bit of bandwagoning, but so much that it starts to get annoying. Right? Feels like an artificial fad. Yeah. That's why it's different from like Sanrio characters, right? Where when people like Cinnamoroll, for example, Cinnamoroll is really cute. Okay? I'm like, I can see how the majority of people would look at this character and it would spark joy. You have a little cup. Now you have a cup with Cinnamoroll in it. Ooh, cute, right? Like, I get that, because it just seems like it has mass appeal. Labubu, though, I just don't think Labubu actually has mass appeal. I think it's more like, I think it makes people feel quirky, and everyone wants to feel quirky because everyone wants to be different or something. and then now they all have the same thing, right? That's how it feels. I don't know. Yeah, and the collectible stuff. I'm the same way with like Pokemon cards. Like I like Pokemon. I have no desire to buy Pokemon cards because I don't like the card game that much. I am not a collector, and I don't care how rare whatever it is, blah blah blah. I feel like it's a waste of paper, you know? And the thing is, like, if I see an individual Pokemon card for a Pokemon that I like, I might buy it, display it. A couple of cards. Ooh, it's the one I really like. That's different. But I don't want to, like, become a card pack opening junkie if I don't actually like playing the game or I don't, like, love collecting stuff, you know? It's different if you're the type of person who likes collecting, right? Like, if you were already that type and you want to do that. But I'm not one of those. I actively look for reasons to get rid of shit all the time. So it's just hard for me to, like, picture myself ever wanting to do that. You know? I even played Magic. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, I've played a lot of these types of games, these card games. And even so, I never got into the collection aspect. I just held on to ones that I felt like I would use in play, and then that was it. You know? I don't know, man. I don't know. Yugo fell off hard after synchro summoning. Yeah, there was a point where I just stopped and I found, you know, a friend who played, and I was like, just take all my cards. I'm not... I'm good. I'm good. Must are those where you buy the whole collection at once, like Netrunner? Yeah, I have the OG first edition Netrunner in box still. Netrunner was so good. I like Netrunner a lot. I like same thing, right? Like anything where all the cards just are there. You don't have to try to find rare ones. But that's just because I'm there for the game. I guess I'm just not there for the other aspects, right? TCG tournament prizes are more weighted toward younger players as well, mostly scholarships and grants. I like that a lot too. I like that. I always wanted to do that as a streamer. Like one of my goals, I've told you guys, like, as far as monetization goes, I don't have a lot of big end game goals, right? I want to make enough to help, like, my mom live, right? Keep her in a good situation so that she doesn't have to even think about it late in life. And then I want to do some sort of, like, if I had excess money where I felt like I have plenty for me, plenty for her, now what do I do? I think I would do like a scholarship-based thing. If I was still assuming like I can do this while still creating content, if timelines with that lined up, I think I would do it like so people could submit stuff through the community somehow. And then do a whole thing. Do a whole thing. I always wanted to do that, but I feel like I'd have to make a lot to get to the point where I'm like, this is okay, you know? But that's something that I would like to do eventually if I could. Yeah, either some sort of like grant or it could even be a thing like we do a game jam. We have people submit projects or whatever it is. And then we, as a community, like fund a certain goal. And then that goes toward that person to maybe make it, right? And it's not like, I don't think we'd have enough where we'd be able to float someone's game entirely unless I became like some crazy level content creator, but you know, something to help, I think would be cool. I think that'd be neat. But yeah, doing stuff like that would be good. If I had like crazy streamer bucks, you know, when people grow to the point where they're able to just like do other projects like that, I think that's the kind of stuff I would want to do. It'd be neat. Video game based around the liquids. You get shoots out of her fingers. Oh man, Alma asked me this question yesterday when we were hanging out for her Meteoroshi thingy, and one of the questions was like, this was I believe a chat submitted one, and the question was, if you had each of your fingers could, like 5 liquids, 5 fingers, each finger could shoot out a different liquid on command, what would you pick and why? Kens, thank you for the $15. Thank you. Yeah, what did I say? I said one should be water because it's the most useful. Being able to anytime wash anything off, spray anything down, clean anything, hydrate yourself. Like, water was good. Yeah, then I said milk because I fucking love milk. And I want to be able to drink fresh milk all the time. The thing I hate is, like, you buy milk and each day it's a little different, you know? I don't love that. So if it was just perfect fresh every time, boom. Yeah, then third was lemon juice. Lemon juice, because the ability to just throw that on anything at any time is great. To be able to be out somewhere, throw a little in your water. I love adding lemon to, like, everything, so love that. Then the fourth was lava, because you need something. You need something. Defend yourself, you know, whatever. You want to get out of some place, you can superheat it. Cut your way out, you know? So I said lava would be really good. So that the fourth one was lava, and then the last one, I was like, how about just a little treat, just a little for me thing, and then I decided probably just straight up like Mountain Dew at that point, right? Like, what's the worst soda for you? The most sugary? Or Gatorade, like a sports drink, because if you're out and about and you're feeling like you might pass out because you're hydrating but you're sweating a lot, let's say you're out doing a sport for hours, it's a hot day, you can't just hydrate, you also need to eat foods, you need to replenish salts and sugars and things. So I was like, at that point, we need something for electrolytes. And honestly, sodas kind of work, but sports drinks would be best, right? So I was like, something like that out of the last finger was my choice. Trying to think practical, you know, but also good. Gold, liquid gold. It's not too bad. Dr. Pepper's the worst soda by calories. Is it really? I always found Dr. Pepper really disgusting. I never liked the flavor. And I know it's changed over time. I think it's gotten worse over time. I never liked it. I was never a Dr. Pepper person. One I did like that I feel like now tastes like Dr. Pepper is Cheerwine. I loved Cheerwine when it used to actually just taste like cherry. It tasted like a cherry soda. Now it just tastes like weird Dr. Pepper. It tastes like cake and I don't like it. I don't know what happened to Cheerwine. It got nasty. I used to travel down south for various things, right? Long car trip. And while I was down there, I would buy Cheerwine because you couldn't get it in the Northeast. It was never sold up there. And then bring it back. And it's just not good now. It's just not good. Bone broth was also a good idea. Oh, I think that was the other idea that I had for the last finger was bone broth. Yeah. Tastes like a combo of Robitussin and Dr. Pepper. Cheerwine? Yeah, it's messed up. What about Milkus? I like Milkus too, but look, if I'm going to drink soda, I'm doing it because I want to go all in, full sugar, bad for me. And then I don't drink it often, so, you know. I pretty much just drink like water most of the other time. So I'm not really like much of a juice and soda drinker, etc. It's just the occasional thing. So, you know, if I'm gonna have soda, I go for whatever's terrible for me, whatever I feel like having, and then I just don't have it often. There you go. Coca started doing lime coke again. Oh, lime coke is the best one. Actually, you know those machines where you can mix 2 syrups, you can mix 3 syrups. It's the self-serve ones. I always do cherry coke and cherry lime mixed together half and half. Oh, that's the one. That is the one if they have lime syrup and cherry syrup. Peach coke? Ooh, I don't know about that. Peach is like my most favorite flavor for like tea and stuff, like peach iced tea, all that. And I love eating peaches. It's one of my most favorite fruits. But in Coke, I don't know. I don't know if I would want that. It's a good question. Those are terrible in your area because nobody cleans them. Right. It is certain places. It's like, I feel like it's safe to have whatever, you know, whatever syrup comes out of it. Other places, I don't know, kind of tastes like death every time because they don't clean. I've noticed that, and there are certain places where I'm like, I'll have one from here, not from there. But yeah, it's kind of weird. Kind of weird. Peach cobbler. Yeah. Yeah. I love peaches, man. Peach pie. A peach pie. Sprite and salt is amazing. Salt and Sprite? You know, I try to not knock people saying they salt sweet things because usually, like, there's some merit to it. I can't imagine what that tastes like, though. I'm trying to picture it. I'm trying to conjure it in my brain, and I can't. I'd have to try it. You would replace the lemon juice with lime juice. I really like ultra sour stuff, and I love lemon. So I would just leave it as lemon juice, but I think lime is a good idea for the finger thing. I get that. Peach orchard near you, you make yourself sick on them. It's my favorite. I love eating fresh ones, just straight up fresh peaches. Oh, it's so good. You know, a lot of people that add salt to watermelon, honeydew, and cantaloupe. Yeah. I do it with watermelon. The tiniest bit. Not much. Sometimes. Not always. I actually just bought watermelon yesterday. Just yesterday. So, I'm going to be eating a bunch of watermelon the next couple days. Because I bought a whole one. I bought a whole one. So, I'm going to have to eat a lot of it. I'm going to have to eat so much. But that's okay. That's okay. I'll deal with it. Closest thing to that is taking a tequila shot with salt ring and chasing it down with a Sprite. Yeah, I guess, right? That's why, like, I don't knock it. 7-Up Tropicals, lemon lime with peach and mango. Oh, that sounds good. I've never had that. I haven't seen 7-Up in forever. Is GEEGA Italian? Allegedly. No, I'm a demon, guys. Some demons might be from Italy, but, you know, I'm a demon. Watermelon isn't too filling. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna have to make sure I eat some every day. I gotta figure it out. The thing is, if I go a day forgetting to eat like that watermelon that's in my fridge or whatever, I might not make it in time. I might not make it in time. Just finished binge watching your Blueprints VODs. Do you think it's still worth trying out now that I know too many spoilers about the game? I think it's still fun, but I would wait a little bit of time to let yourself forget some specifics and then go back into it. I would do it like that. It can be like I wouldn't say you've ruined the game for yourself, but now that you know what you're looking for, you're not going to have as many cool revelations. But if you can wait enough time where you like forget some specifics, which might be quick for you or might be a longer time, you know, you forget how to solve a puzzle, whatever, then you still get the satisfaction of figuring out a puzzle and then going, oh, that's where that came from, or, you know, whatever it is. I would still say you'd still have fun playing it because it is a roguelike at the same time, right? So even if you know how to get certain unlocks, you have to like try to play the game in a certain way and get good runs to do the thing. So I think you'd still get enjoyment out of the gameplay, like itself. But you know, as fun as the idea of everything is, the story of all of it is, the mechanics are still there, you know. So I think you would enjoy it. I think you would. You're not a big citrus soda guy? I love citrus. I citrus in everything. I'm a person who puts like lemon juice in everything I cook if I can. Or wine, something with acidity. I eat lemons and limes. I just eat them sometimes. Lemonade, limeade, lemon lime flavored everything. Orange everything. That's just, I don't know. That's just what I like. Off-topic question, looking for advice. Might be able to help. How do you know when you're ready to go public with an idea? I've been working on a toy line, but I worry that the longer I work on it, the more I'll keep it to myself and I'll become less receptive to new ideas for it. That's tough. Like, I'll give myself as an example. Sometimes I'm working on something, and the moment I start working on it, I like to talk about it because I'm excited about it. There is the factor of if you're doing something and you talk about it, sometimes someone else might see that and go, ooh, that's a good idea, and then they do it first. Right? Like if they're hard focusing on just that while you're doing a few things, they might just do that thing first, and then you're just like, fuck. Right? If that's not a factor, then I think it's totally fine for you to talk about anything anytime. It's just your project, you know, whatever. But if that could be not good for you, then maybe better not to say anything. Or you can just talk about something to a very small group of people that you want feedback from. You know, little focus group type thing. It could be good. But I feel like for myself, I've started talking about things I'm doing not as early because some things take way longer than people think, or it's not up to you to be able to make it happen. It's like, you know, you can do your work, but then there's scheduling, blah, blah, blah. So I feel like anytime I talk about something and then like scheduling makes it take a long time, whatever, there are always complainers or people who like think on the back end you don't care about the thing or you're not working on it, when in reality, like, you're not the blocker, right? And then that becomes a situation that's a bit frustrating to have to deal with. Though usually most people, if you just say, oh yeah, it'll take a long time, the sane people just go, okay. You know? Like they just go, okay. So it doesn't have to be a big deal, but if you can't handle the complainers or you just don't want to deal with it, you know, that's a factor. You want to apply for professional complainer. We have enough of those. No, I feel like we've weeded those people out though. The people that would like routinely come here and complain about things that they had no visibility on. I would just say something like, hey, don't do that because it's weird. And they'd be like, oh, and then they'd stop saying it. So, you know, it hasn't really been much of an issue here. But it is something I've noticed. And I think for some folks that might be really annoying. You know? I think in general it's okay to talk about things whenever you want to talk about them. Just know that if you talk about something really early, your community will feel a lot better if you're giving a lot of updates. Even if they're kind of a big nothing, you're just like, oh yeah, I did this thing recently. Like if they hear those updates, they'll feel better about it. Because they have no visibility. They don't know how much work you put in, right? They don't ever get to feel that unless you say it. So that helps. But if you feel like there's not much you'd be able to update on, or there are other people involved and you can't really necessarily keep it moving yourself, then sometimes better to not talk about it. That way you don't set up an expectation and then the perception is like you couldn't meet it, even though it was like a team effort, you know? Right? Like if I'm working on a project with 5 people and I talk about it, sometimes people will expect that I can just make it happen, make it materialize, and then I'll field complaints, right? From people sitting there being like, oh, what about this thing? What about that thing? Or something like that, right? So I would say if it's just your own personal project, it's just you don't have to have other people involved with it, then you should be fine to just talk about things as early as you want, you know? Giving updates without setting expectations can be kind of hard sometimes. Yeah, though what you should realize is usually if you talk about something cool you're doing and you give updates and you don't try to set expectations for people, you're just like, I just want you to know I'm working on this. People will still set expectations in their mind and you can't help them, right? Like if I'm like, guys, I'm working on a 4.0, which I'm not for the record, but if I said I'm working on a 4.0 model, I don't say coming soon, I don't say whatever, I'm just like, I'm working on it. I guarantee you in 3 months, there would be people being like, where the fuck is it? You know what I mean? And I could be like, I've been working on it. I didn't give a timeline. They'd be like, well, then why'd you mention it? Right? Like you would always get those complainers, even if you set 0 expectations other than it's happening at some point. But yeah, no, there's no 4.0. But guaranteed, you know, you always get those people, right? Mike needs that advice, low key. For which things? I feel like he's been working on a lot of things, and he does give me updates on stuff. But if he wanted to give those updates to his community, then a lot of it would be just, he'd have to just leak all progress, right? Like it's not something he should update on. So I feel bad. I feel like he goes a little crazy, like not being able to show things sometimes. Right? Or the worst is like sometimes you're working on something and something goes wrong. Let's say it's a model, right? Artist is working on it and then something happens. You can't use the art anymore. You have to start from scratch. But you don't want to mention that something happened with the old artist, because even though it's not dramatic, other people will make it dramatic. So you can't mention it. You're like, oh, the right move is to just be like, yep, I'm working on it. It's going to take a bit longer, right? Like sometimes there are weird situations like that where you have your reasons for not saying something, or like why a project took a long time, but your community has no idea, and they're sitting there and they're like, why did this take 2 years, you know? And you're just like holding it in so you don't reveal everything. I don't know, that kind of stuff. It doesn't like feel completely awful, but it can be a little awkward, just a little bit. Hold on, I gotta answer a question for somebody. A friend was asking about, do you know a good background artist? I got 2 suggestions. There we go. Sometimes an artist or rig just gets blindsided by life. Dude, I don't blame people sometimes. Sometimes you're working on a project and you get a message from an artist and they're like, hey, I can't continue this thing. And you're like, oh, fuck, this is going to set me back. Like in your mind, you know, you're like, oh shit. And you're like, what happened? And they're like, my parent died. And you're like, you can't be mad at that. Like, I'm sorry. I'm never going to be like, I need you to finish this now. You know, like life happens, and like, you know, when stuff like that happens, I'm not gonna like immediately run to my chat either and be like, guys, might delay my debut because my background's taking a while. My artist's parent died. Like, you don't need to say this stuff. Sometimes it's not even like, sometimes it's not even a thing that they want like said. You know, they're just telling you. So, you know, stuff like that. Stuff happens all the time. A lot of people have health issues, which is why they work at home as an artist, etc. You know, so there's so many times where like there are all these setbacks that you're never gonna mention publicly, right? So it is what it is. Lock it in, orphan. I don't care what happens to you. You're gonna finish my background now. No, so people are like that though. I've heard some like horror stories from artist friends being like, oh yeah, I was working on this thing for someone, and then you know I'm like chronically ill and can't move my hands some days. So I told them it would take 2 weeks. I'll try for 1 week, and then when I didn't finish it in 1 week, they got really upset, and I said, hey, I can't move my hands. You know, like. And like I've literally heard stories like this where a person is like berating an artist when they told them up front they've got like chronic issues and stuff. I don't know. Some people are crazy. You know, or at the very least very inconsiderate, right? Not always crazy, but hey, people can just sometimes be a little nuts. I know people get they get kind of protective over their brand. This is their livelihood, so when something goes wrong, they get stressed. But I don't think you should ever get stressed and then like suddenly become inconsiderate because you're stressed and be like, oh, that's fine. It's not. You know. It's not. A lot of real horror stories coming from artists who work on commissions professionally or not. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot. Artists really kind of get the worst of it sometimes. They get shafted in like how people treat them. At the same time, both sides are true where a lot of artists are also really unreliable. So I kind of don't uh, blame people for being really wary when working with artists and being like just trying to do their maybe poor version of trying to keep on top of them, get them to stick to a timeline, whatever, because it happens so often that you hire an artist and they tell you up until the day it's due they're working on it, everything's fine, and then suddenly they don't answer that day, and then the day after that they're like, oh, I need another week, you know? Like, it happens so much. So yeah, that whole industry just needs better tuning up. This is why I think people should use like websites like VGen and stuff like that. You need some entity in the middle, because then what VGen does is like you pay the money and it holds the money like an escrow. It holds it. So you have paid. The artist knows you've paid. So you're up. You've put yourself up for that, right? And then the artist does the work. And then when the work is done and delivered and you sign off, then they get paid, right? And it just creates a system where it's like hard for people to fuck each other over because there's some entity in the middle keeping it systemized, right? So stuff like that is better. And I think any industry where people are just paying individuals on a commission basis, you're just letting a lot of people who are probably not that good at business be doing business with you, right? And vice versa. You yourself might not be good at it. So it's rough. It's rough. How's VGen work with themselves getting paid? Like, how do they make money? I'm pretty sure there's a fee. I'm pretty sure it's some percentage of all sales the artist does goes to them. Like, for using my service, I get 5% of whatever it is. I don't know the numbers. But is it 5? You said they take 5%? Sounds about right to me. And that's fine. And then if the artist needs that and they want to bump their price a little bit so that they're not losing that 5%, quote unquote, off of their normal like one-to-one pricing or direct pricing, they can just do that, right? You just set it to whatever and know that they'll take 5%. So I think it's a good way to do it. And then, you know, the site only gets paid if people are using it. It makes sense. But I don't know. This this is why a lot of VTubers do like having managers, is not that they need a lot of like management of themselves, the person, or even their time. It's more so just having someone sit there and manage the projects that you're doing as far as the communications go. Like, you yourself make the decisions and everything, and you sit down in meetings, you decide what's happening, you do your part of the work, but having someone else to sit there and just message somebody for you, keep on top of all of these artists that are needed. You need your background person. Maybe you have 2 background people because you're doing lore video. You need the editor. You need someone who specifically does motion graphics. You need VAs. You need your sound guy, right? Like, having one person to just message all those people and keep on top of them in between you already messaging them just to talk about the work itself can be really, really helpful. Really, really helpful. So that's it's really, yeah, right, it's an assistant. That's why I never liked the word manager for certain ways that people would utilize, like, quote unquote creator management, because a lot of the time they're not that. They're just an assistant. And it makes sense. Or sometimes when people are looking to hire somebody, they put out a thing and they're like, I'm looking for a manager. And I'm like, no, you're looking for an assistant. Right? And you should call it that so people get a good idea of what the work is. Or, you know, some managers fancy themselves like that person's life manager, you know, and not like just a project manager. But I don't know. Highest you've ever been paid as an assistant is $15. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what kind of work you're doing, right? In this industry, obviously, I think people should pay a little more, but also, no one makes enough. Very few people make enough to pay a lot, you know? But I don't think you need a lot of hours out of an assistant. So I think paying someone pretty good hourly and just they take on a few hours for several different creators, like that could work, but I don't know. Creator industry is just like all the side jobs, all the tangential jobs are kind of kind of fucked. Kind of fucked. Stick to your day jobs, guys. Don't work in this industry, man. Good side hustle. Yeah, as a side hustle, it's pretty nice, right? If you're helping like one creator as their assistant, couple hours a week of just contacting some people, looking over some things, sitting with them in one meeting. There you go, not bad. But as a main job, it's tough. It's really, really tough. So that's what you were making mowing lawns a decade ago? Yeah, people will make fun of trades like they're lesser, and then half the time you're making the same, if not more, than someone else with their degree and student loan debt and desk job as somebody's administrative assistant, you know? So, L. Make more trades if you're in charge of the business? Oh, 100%, 100%. It depends on like what you're doing, how long you've been there, the specific job you're in, because sometimes one person doing lawn care in one area under one company will make a wildly different amount than someone doing lawn care in the same area but under a different company, right? That it fluctuates a lot. So yeah, I don't know, the job market's just weird right now. It's just weird. The physical atrophy with a desk job. I feel like everyone's hamstrings are tight. Everyone's hip flexors are fucked up. Everyone has no muscle mass unless they're going to the gym. And even then, they're not like using their muscles dynamically. They're just pumping, you know? Yeah, lower back pain. For me, every day I wake up, I get on this rug in this room right here. I push my computer chair out of the way. And I just do a full stretch routine. Even if I can't like work out that day or whatever, I'm gonna stretch no matter what. Because if I don't do that daily, I am not gonna be able to touch my toes, man, with how much I sit. I try to get a walk in every day, and like a long walk. A stretch routine and a walk does so much for me. So much, it's insane. And yeah, it's not like the greatest thing ever, but it's better than nothing. Sure is. Stretching's incredible, yeah. Take us with you. Dude, what I wanted to do was, look, when I had Twitter on my Android phone, I was upset because we didn't have voice notes. And then I got a new iPhone for tracking for VTubing and everything, and I was like, oh my god, I can put Twitter on here and do voice tweets. And then right before I did that, they got rid of voice tweets, and I was like, fuck, I was gonna go and every day on my walk, like, say some deranged shit into the mic, you know, whatever the fuck was on my mind, and just send out a long-ass podcast voice tweet. And they took them from us, man. I was so pissed. I was so mad. Voice tweets were so good. They took it from us. I can't believe it. So what I could do is I could like drop one on Discord maybe. But I didn't want to drop it on Discord. I wanted to voice tweet, man. You know? I don't know, dog. They took it. They took everything from us. Everything. Everything. Hold on. Sending my friend this background artist. They were like, I can't find this one you're talking about. I'm just finding gay porn when I search for their name. That is not the background artist. I just sent them the right link. What are you looking for? What are you searching for on Twitter? There we go. Sent the right one. There we go. What do you say? Is it bad if a VTuber's throne or gifting website? No. Yes and no. I don't know. If you want, I mean, what are you asking? Like, what would be bad about it? Because if you just want to be able to be gifted stuff and you're asking, like, is it okay to let people gift me stuff, like a morality thing or whatever? No, there's nothing wrong with that. However, a site like Throne does actually help the VTuber. Yeah, well, yes and no. I will say a site like that, you have to give them your personal info for them to send stuff to you. And I don't trust random ass sites, no matter how much business they've done. I don't know that their security is good, for sure. Data breaches happen all the time. So many VTubers use Throne. Someone breaches Throne, boom. Like, and you hope that people are using PO boxes at least. But from what I've heard, yes and no. So I was never a fan of that, so I never set one up. But you were like, does it actually help the VTuber? Again, yes and no. A lot of people put stuff on Throne that is stuff that they actually want for their streaming setup, or like food. Yeah, like gift cards for food. Like I'll see them do DoorDash gift cards and stuff. You're paying for that person to get basic things. However, a lot of the stuff they put on there is often stupid shit. Stupid shit that they could just buy if you just gifted them like money in the form of a donation and they could choose to buy it. Why use Throne for it when they upcharge like weirdly? I feel like everyone, like, there's like net loss there, right? Where let's say you have $100 to gift to somebody. You're planning on gifting this creator $100. If they have SE Pay, Stream Elements Pay set up, and you do a direct dono through their dono link, the only thing they would lose on that is the credit card fee, about 2% that gets taken out. They get like $98. And then they could use that $98 and buy whatever they're going to buy on Amazon or DoorDash or whatever, right? With Throne, yeah, you have to pay taxes on the Throne gifts, number one. Number two, they upcharge everything. So an item that's on Amazon for $10, for some reason, when you put it on Throne, a lot of the time it's like $15, $20. So the money's going to be spent poorly, and I feel like you don't get good value out of it. Like the upcharge is a lot, right? Not always, but in a lot of cases. And a lot of people have noticed this, and yet people still use it. I don't know. I guess they like the idea. I think there's value in people being able to be like, I bought this specific item for this person, and then if that person uses it, you can be like, I got that for them. It's nice to be able to feel like a result from what you gave, because you're just deciding to give. So being able to give and be like, I gave them this thing is really nice. So I get that value, but the upcharge and the efficiency of that gift going to them, whatever, I don't like that part. So I'd rather, if it were me, I would just direct dono to people through something that only takes the card processing fee, and that's it. And, you know, if they want to use, it's then their own money. If they want to use that for that thing, they can do it, you know? Then it's fine. But I just feel like it's inefficient. That's what I don't like. Right? It's inefficient. People can't always afford a P.O. box. That's why Throne exists. How much is a P.O. box right now? On average. Depends on size and location. Can range 20 to 360 for 3-month rental. That's for like the bigger ones though. The 360. 150 a year. Look, I think you should just suck it up and pay it if you want a P.O. box, or not have a Throne for safety reasons. That's my personal opinion. And then, like, you know, I can't afford a P.O. box, that's why I have Throne. Don't have either and just take direct donations and buy the things you need. Then none of those costs are incurred by anybody. You're doing the most efficient thing there. You're just like, here's my direct dono link. It only takes out 2% for the card fee. The money goes straight to me, and then I'm able to use it for what I need, right? It's safe. First of all, it's safe. You don't have to worry about paying for a P.O. box or anything, so that people can safely get items to you. You don't have to worry about Throne, you know, oh, I use Throne and I give them my address, so I don't have to worry about paying for a P.O. box. Okay, but now your information is with someone, and that information could be revealed if there's a data breach, which I know is like not the most common thing ever, but it is common enough. You know what I mean? I'm just like, why not just pick the easy and efficient option? and then yeah, I was gonna say dono goals. Let's say like you're a small creator and you don't have enough money to even eat the things you want to eat, right? And you're like, I cook for myself all the time, I'm eating struggle meals, I'm doing this outside of work to keep things going. Then you set up a dono goal. They make these free widgets so you can display the bar on your stream, and you say, this is what I need this money for. And then when people donate through that, they can know that they're helping you with that thing, right? It's just, I feel like it's the better way to do it. And I don't know, I personally feel like if I set things up in a way where you want to give me something, but there are all these big fees that neither of us get, right? It goes to some third party. I feel bad, and I personally feel like I wasted part of what you just tried to gift. That's just me. That's just me. So if I had someone who was like, I want to gift this $10 to this person, it's important to me to like find the way for that to happen where the most of it goes to me like they intended, rather than a third party just like getting some of it. You know what I mean? So that's just that's just my personal feelings on it. Like, I feel wasteful if like 5% of what you tried to give me just goes to some platform. That's just how I feel. I don't think I look at other people and see it that way though, because people have their various reasons for wanting to do it various ways. But that's just me because I'm really frugal. You know? That's just me. But yeah. No chargeback concerns for donations? No, SE Pay specifically has chargeback protection. It has like TOS that say if you give this, you accept you're not going to do this, you're not going to charge back, you're not going to blah 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 blah. So yeah, SE Pay, it's like almost impossible for someone to do that through it. You know, I think people like getting a specific thing for someone. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I don't know if you clicked it in the middle of it. That's what I was saying. I was like, I see the value of like, with something like Throne, you can be like, oh, I got them that, you know, which is cool. But that's why I was saying, well, then just set up a donation goal, right? Or set up specific numbers. You could even set up a little menu on the side that says, every time you give 25, I will use it for a, you know, gift. Let's say you want DoorDash gift cards, so you can get money get food rather midstream, right? Then like you could be like, every time you give specifically 25, I will use it for a DoorDash gift card for myself, or I will use it on DoorDash, right? I've seen people set things up like that, so that way the people who want to give something can still feel like they're giving a specific thing, but there aren't all these third parties taking portions out of it, so there's no money lost between either parties to something in between, you know? Which I don't know. Again, for me, that's what's most important to me is like, feeling like I'm not wasting people's shit. Thank you, Comrade, for the 10. Thank you. Thank you. That's why I really only have the dono link up, and I don't have anything else. I have merch and I have a dono link. And you can sub, you know, because it's all the stuff that's like most efficient. Talk as well. Thank you for the 10. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Take that and that. You said, I think you've talked about this in the past, but those are also the parasocial aspect of the Throne. Not just in the past, I was just talking about that. Like, okay, maybe I didn't call it parasocial, but yeah, there's the aspect of like, I bought that person that thing. It's like a connection. People like to feel like responsible for it. So if because I don't know, people like gift giving, right? That's like a very human thing. People like gift giving, but then they also like getting in on like a meme or a joke. And a lot of the, what's the right word, like the meme items, the joke items, people want to specifically buy for that person, and then they feel like, I did that, I contributed to that joke, and it's part of the bit, it's part of their entertainment, it's part of all of that, right? So that's one of those things where I feel like, yeah, the gallon of lube, right? Like the tub. And then the person who pays for that gets to feel like, I made this joke happen. Or I contributed to this joke, which I think is cool. I don't think there's like anything really bad about that. But for me personally, I just don't do that. I don't know. Yeah, the tungsten cube. Haha, tungsten cube. I paid for the tungsten cube. It's like cute, but I don't know. Like I would rather have someone donate $10 to me than buy me whatever it is. I don't even know how much. It's $100 tungsten cube for a joke. Now you spent $100. I get to lament about how I got a tungsten cube for 10 minutes. Haha, hee hee, we had our fun. But who made money? The people who made the tungsten cube and the company that shipped it, right? And that's why I'm kind of like, there's nothing inherently wrong with it, but I personally just don't want people spending money on me unless they're specifically like supporting me. And then if they're gonna buy me joke stuff, I just genuinely don't want it because I hate owning stuff. I hate owning items. I try to throw shit out all the time, you know? So me personally, and I'm just speaking from my own perspective here, for me, I'm like, it's not worth for me because I would be like, ha, funny joke, and then I would throw that shit out. Okay, like I know myself, I would throw that shit out. So I would feel bad if I let people like buy shit for me that I didn't even want, you know? I don't know. She doesn't want a bigger house to own more stuff. Yeah. I'm one of those. Yeah. Not even gonna regift the cube. I mean, well, I wouldn't necessarily throw a tungsten cube in the garbage. I would feel bad, but still, I'm not a stuff owner. I'm not a stuff liker. You know? I'm good. Does Turbo help streamers at all? Yeah, we get a cut. I don't know the monetization structure, but if people who are Turbo subscribers watch me, I get something for them watching me as if they were subbed to me, but I don't think it's the same as them doing a full sub. I just don't know how much it is. I don't know how they split that all out. It does still do something though, yeah. Rix, thank you for the sub. Welcome on in. How would you feel about people commissioning artists for art of you or your model? They could do that too. Yeah. Support is support, right? And one of my most favorite things is art. So I like that. I will say I'm a little picky. I am picky. But literally anything is appreciated at the end of the day. So I feel like that's good because it's, in a way, it's like a way of being able to market too. Like when someone draws art of you or commissions art of you and then you get to retweet it, you get to throw it out there and like, you know, it still helps out, I feel. It's like a mini ad. It's like a tiny mini ad. I think it's nice. So I feel like you do actually help someone.
It's been one of those days. It's all about the he says, she says bullshit. I think you better quit letting shit slip, or you'll be leaving with a fat lip. It's all about the he says, she says bullshit. I think you better quit talking that shit.
A classic. Duh, classic. Said VOD watcher stopping by stream, finally surprised there's music. Dude, one of the reasons I can't watch my own clips where I'm just talking and my own VODs where I'm just talking is because I'm talking and there's no BGM. And it freaks me out. It freaks me out. I can't do it. I don't know. Something about it just feels so wrong because as I'm talking, there's always BGM. So, nope. GEEGA doesn't bring down the hammer on online artists like Disney. Nah. I think it's really nice when people draw things or contribute whatever. I mean, I have the art tag for a reason. We have the offerings channel for a reason. You know? Imagine someone bans any fan art of themselves. Yeah, it's crazy. I understand not wanting certain things. Some people have like their own terms of what you can and cannot draw for good reason. But I feel like for the most part, everything's appreciated. You know? I have had some of the best offerings we have gotten have been people going and commissioning like some artist they really like a really good artist to do a piece of me or of like mascots or something. And it's cool. It is cool. So Sometimes the VODs have hidden meows I didn't catch during the stream. Yeah, I always wonder how much, when I'm speaking, how much does the BGM cover up the cat sounds? Right? I always wonder about that. Because sometimes I'll hear them and I don't see you guys comment on it or say anything. And I'm like, oh, they didn't hear that. And then sometimes other people will be like, oh, cat sound at this timestamp in the VOD. And I'm like, oh, you know, they didn't hear it live because the BGM was over it. You know? Please don't draw me wearing Crocs. Oh, man. Yeah, I, like, one of my rules is, like, you have to keep my left hand covered. If you want to be lore accurate. I just ask, keep it lore accurate. So one of them is, like, left hand always covered. Up to the wrist, at least, right? Yeah, you could put a Croc on the left hand. You could, right? It'd be fine. It just has to be covered. Doc! Hello. Thank you for the raid. How are you? How you doing? How you been? Hope you're well, Doc. Hope you're well. I was talking about, like, when people get art commission for someone or draw someone, like, people have different requests, and mine is keep my left arm covered. Left hand, mostly. Would you ever draw a line where you'd stop someone from making a few bucks off of fan art of you? In what capacity? How would they make money off of art of me? It depends. Like, if I'm at a convention and I see that there's an artist selling art of me, I almost never will say anything. I just let them do their thing. I'm like, hey, thanks for drawing me. You know, and when people do that, none of the money ever goes to us. There are almost no artists who make merch, like fan merch of us, that will ever give us anything from it. And I'm okay with it because I feel like they're advertising and they're just making cool stuff. And I didn't really have like a booth at that convention, so it's not like I'm sitting there competing or something, you know? So for that, I'm like, no, like, I'm not gonna bother them, you know? I feel like it's net positive for me, if anything. Like, yeah, like genuine exposure, right? They're like showing off my design, and some people be like, oh, that's cool. You know? What if it's a massive scale? What would you do if you saw art of you in a Coca-Cola can? If it was a major brand like that, it would be an absolute no, because then they'd be using my IP for their own gain to a massive scale, like you said, where they would have been making enough money off of it that they should have talked to me and given me a cut of it for using my IP, right? I won't do that to someone who's smaller because I feel like they're not even making enough off of it that me being like, ooh, let me split it would like net me a lot or something. Like, I'm like, I just want that person to keep it, you know? But if it's a large brand and they wanted to use my IP and they were going to make a good amount, there's no way I'm letting them just do that and not give me something for it if my brand is the one pushing the sales for them and everything too. Like, my design is what makes people want to physically buy that thing. It would be crazy for me to just let a large brand do that, you know? But again, when it's like a smaller artist and they're not a huge brand and whatever, like, I'm not like, give me my $10, you know? I'm like, you make your money, thanks for drawing me, you know? Then I don't care, you know? So it's fine. What's your opinion on not safe for work fan art? I understand a lot of people aren't okay with that. Yeah, there's a lot that don't like it. I personally, it's a no from me. It's just a no. That's why I don't have a not safe for work art tag. I'm not even like, oh, just put it here. I'm like, just don't do it. If anyone does it, I just consider it's not canon and, you know, whatever. Out of sight, out of mind, right? But for me, yeah, it's like my official stance is just no. No thanks on that. There's so many other people you could draw our characters, or people who actively like that sort of thing, or like sell that kind of content for sure. Very off-brand for you? Yeah, it is. It is. If Boris became the next Labubu, GEEGA needs a cut. Oh, yeah. Oh, could you imagine? No, I don't think people would ever like Boris's design enough for him to get Labubu'd unless like a random celebrity gave everyone FOMO about it. But you have to have like the influencer pick up on that, you know? You gotta. You said even the VTubers that are cool with it, they usually silo it off to its own thing, not meant to be mixed in with the normal art. Yeah, well, because there's also the idea too of like, if you look like you make that part of your brand, even if you're not doing it, but other people are drawing it and you're like accepting of it, there are a lot of sponsors who won't work with you because they think like you're that kind of creator, or they feel like you're indirectly promoting or directly promoting that kind of content. So that is why, yeah, a lot of people will, whether they approve of it or not, you know, even if they do approve of it, they'll still keep it separate from their actual accounts, and they'll have their own tag for it that they don't put in their bio and like all these things, because it can really turn off sponsors. So yeah, they have to make sure they look like they're specifically not being like, yeah, this is part of my brand, you know. It's the existence of it isn't the problem so much as making sure that they're not interacting with it a certain way, you know. So yeah. So I think if people bother the person by tagging or etc., draw what you want. I mean, if they don't, yeah, I like that's person to person, right? Like some people, like they don't care what you draw of them. They're like, I just don't want to see certain things, so they're like, just don't mention me. You know, there are other people that are like, don't draw this, and then I feel like at that point, I won't get mad at someone if they didn't know. There are artists on Twitter that just have no idea who's okay with what, and sometimes they'll draw somebody doing a thing or like in a certain way that that person's not okay with, and they didn't know. I don't think you can get mad at that person. You know, like they don't know. Maybe they're not a stream watcher, you know. Maybe they don't even know that that character is a streamer and there's like a real person behind it. They're sitting there and they're just like, I thought this character was cool. Right? Like, I didn't even know what it was from. I just drew it, right? So you can't really get mad at that. But I always wonder what goes through someone's head if I see somebody be like, I don't allow this, and then someone else draws them anyway, knowing that that person doesn't allow it. Then I'm like, that person's just being awful at that point, right? Like they're just doing it on purpose. That's weird. I never knew what to think of that other than it's just, that's weird. Right? And what can you do? At that point, those types are like, they're looking for some reaction or something at that point, right? You just have to ignore it. Can't believe it got automated for saying hi. You didn't, it's not because you said hi. But I'm not gonna explain it. You're fine though. Yeah, it's what you typed, but it's fine. As I'm sure plenty of people assume you're like someone's OC and not a streamer. Yeah, that happens to a lot of us. If you're not like in the art sphere as a character that gets drawn a lot, and then someone sees one piece of art of you, if they don't know you're a streamer, they don't know anything about you, sometimes, yeah, they think you're an OC. and they think that maybe you're a character that does not have a person behind it as the personality of it. They think it's just a character, which when it's just a character and there's no real big personal connection to it, then it's usually like all bets are off and people can just draw them doing whatever, it doesn't matter. But when it's a VTuber, there's a person behind it. And while it's not like, it's not literally you, it's a representation of an entire person, you know? So that's why like it can be a little dicey on like how people feel. That's why some people do like not want that, because it's not like it's you, but it isn't you. And we all know logically like it's not the same as like deep faking a person. You know, like I don't think anyone's trying to claim that. But yeah, it's your brand, and it's people hear your voice come out of this. Everything that this says is something that you came up with. You are live being this. And some people don't act like a character at all. This is just them, you know? So at that point, it's a thing where I'm like, I understand people being more attached to the idea of like, dude, do draw this, don't draw that. Do draw this, don't draw that, you know? So, yeah, it's a whole thing. It's about respect. Yeah, that too. Right? And you talked about this the other day watching Comic Kit walk around. Nowadays, every anime character, I don't know, could be someone's VTuber. Yeah, right? Like, if you just see it, it might not just be from a show. Right? Another voice coming out of GEEGA would feel off for sure. Yeah, like, if you're a viewer, you see me and you're like, that's GEEGA. And that's a person. It's a visual representation, but that's a person, right? Whereas you see a character from a show, that's a character from a show. Yeah, there's a VA behind it, but they're written lines a person is acting, a person is becoming the character, not the other way around, right? With VTubing, the character becomes them in a way. So it's interesting. It's very interesting. You said before you got into VTubers, you thought Gura was an anime character and got annoyed that there wasn't an anime for this cool looking shark girl. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people just don't know. They just don't know. Yeah. I think a lot of people felt that way. Like, Supersonico even was never like a VTuber. It was never a person that was behind it, right? It was just something an artist made and a company owned. It was an IP. It was a brand. And it was this cool character that a lot of people liked. But she wasn't from a show or anything. She wasn't from anything. She was just a character. She was no C. and it became like one of the biggest IPs, one of the most purchased characters as far as like models and figures go. Really interesting. But that didn't even have, it didn't have a proper voiced character from a show behind it, nor did it have a VTuber like entire personality behind it. It had nothing. So I don't know. Do you ever feel locked out of other themes or model options because this model has become synonymous with you? You can always like restyle yourself. You can always change your hair, change your clothes, whatever. You could do like whatever and still fit themes that you want. I do tend to go with more like fantasy themes, or everything is some sort of class. It doesn't always have to be fantasy, but you know, I always go within certain theming typically. You don't have to though. I could one day just be like, this is my casual outfit, and it's just a casual outfit, and I wouldn't feel weird about it. But also, I always make things I like. So there is some stuff that I do feel like I would be a little locked out of, but I wouldn't want to do it anyway. So I don't think it's like a problem, you know? Yeah, right. I'm within a theme. Enjoy. Exactly. I didn't let someone else like design me and just tell me what to do. The first iteration of me was something I poorly drew and said, "Can you make this look better?" You know? So everything just was like my choice. So that's why it's like, you know, it's fine. It's fine. How did you feel about commissioned fan works of you, where someone pays an artist to draw or make other kinds of art of you, like plushies, cross stitch, etc.? Yeah, I'm fine with whatever. The only time I would be not fine with it is if it's some like bigger company and they're making a lot of money off of it and not offering me any when they're using my IP to make that money. That's then not good. And I would say something. When it's a really small artist and like they're just making something, I'm almost never going to go after that person unless there's like some other reason why whatever they're doing is bad. But you know, or maybe if it's a copy of an item I made, I don't want it. So if they use art that I own commercially and they're reprinting it, not allowed, obviously, that's art theft. But then if they're making something that's eerily similar on purpose, so let's say, I don't know, let's say I have a Boris plushie and then they try to make a Boris plushie as well around the same time frame that looks really similar. It looks scarily similar. Like it's in the same pose, he's wearing his same main outfit, same proportions. Then I might be like, hey, can you not do that? I'm actively selling this thing right now. And you know I am, and you're doing it. I'd be like, let's not. Right? So maybe if it felt like it was like super close to something I was doing, I'd be like, okay. Or if I have a shirt in a certain style and then someone else makes a shirt in like almost the exact same style and is selling it, I'd be like, at least make something like that I don't have exactly, you know? Right? Like then I care a little more, but yeah. Would a Chinese bootleg mobile game using your likeness to be lore accurate though? Yeah. Yeah. Like when I appear in another game weirdly. No. That too. I don't know. It's more so like if I perceive this person, right, like trying to take advantage heavily, then I might care. But if I feel like it's just someone doing their thing and they just chose to draw me because they just enjoy me, they're just being supportive, they're not making $1 million, you know, whatever, I mean, I'm probably not gonna ever care. If anything, it's flattering. It's really nice. I get really excited when I see, like, we do convention walkarounds and I see someone make merch of me. They have a little keychain of me or whatever. I'm like, oh my god, that's me. Like, it's just a positive thing, in my opinion. You know? Is this why streamers are secret about their merch drops? Not exactly. It's part of it. Like, yes, it's good to not have other people, like, see a thing early and then release a cheaper option early at the same time as you. Obviously, it's good to prevent that. But the bigger reason is because of hype cycles. Basically, if you talk about something and show something really early, but it can't be purchased yet, then by the time you actually make it purchasable later, a lot of the time, like, the hype is gone. And people are like, oh, I've seen this for a long time. I want something new now. People want to have things that feel new to them. It feels old, therefore they don't go for it, usually. So that's more so why they do that. The gauntlet, though. Yeah, that's why I'm not showing you, like, the entire figure. I have, like, just a little teaser. Also, because some things could change, you know. But yeah, I'd rather you see it, like, right when sales go up, you know. That's what I'm thinking. She answered your question without even reading it. What was it? Yeah, you said one of one or very limited runs are fine as long as it doesn't copy your own merch. But if it's like batches of stuff being sold at cons, for example, it's likely, you know. Yeah, even then, that's okay. Just try not to do things that are like already what I'm doing. So, if I have a little chibi keychain of me, let's say I do go to a convention, or I like send some of my merch to a convention, and I'm like, guys, I've got a table at X convention, and we're gonna have my keychains, we're gonna have t-shirts, we're gonna have, you know, the mob plushies. Then I would prefer, if you're at the same con, you don't also try to sell t-shirts and keychains of me that, you know what I mean? Like, not that I'd say no to every little bit, especially if they already had them, but I'd be like, don't make a new one knowing I'm doing that, right? At least do a different product or something. But I'm not going to be like, everyone in this place cannot sell my merch ever. They can't have me on it. Like even then, even if I had my own like official table or something, I still wouldn't like go after all of them, you know? It's crazy. I think I would only care if it was like really similar and it was clearly something they did afterward, like knowing what I was doing and then trying to make something to compete, you know? Then I'd be like, hold on. But yeah, then I would care. I feel like it's so circumstantial, and I don't really see artists like doing shit like that anyway, because none of them are trying to piss any of us off purposefully, like ever. So, you know, I feel like that just almost would never happen. But yeah, I would say like if I have a thing on a merch item, don't try to make the same thing. There you go, right? There are companies that make figures off artists' fan art without permission. That rubs me the wrong way. Yeah. I at least pay an artist or designer to design a new thing, right? I don't know. When you mentioned you don't like owning things, what's your thoughts on artists giving you physical stuff? No one gives me physical stuff because I don't give them a way to send it to me. It's partially that. So I think it's really nice, like the thought. I genuinely appreciate the thought when people want to do stuff like that. For safety, I just don't accept physical gifts from anyone ever. And then I also don't want to run into the issue of having my own home just be filled with random shit people have given me. I just want them to make things and post them so I can see it. I'll save an image of it. I'll keep it digitally. Like I keep fan art in a folder. You know, I have this. But I feel like all of my creator friends run into this issue, and you guys know I'm like pretty minimalist. I don't like owning stuff. They end up having boxes and boxes and boxes of all these drawings fans have done for them, all these cards, whatever. And I'm just like, the thought is so nice, but it causes that problem of like, what am I going to do? Fill an entire closet over time with stuff people give me? You know, I would rather just be like, here are other ways you can express that. The thought is still completely exchanged when you show a thing. And that's fine. I've had some people, like, they know that that's my policy, so what they do is instead they draw or make a thing. They're going to keep it, but they show it to me at a meet and greet, so I get to see it. And that way it's not posted online, so it's like only I and them have seen it. And I think that's cool. That's a really nice way to do it. And that way you still get that like experience of I made this, you saw it, and it's not like a public thing for everyone to enjoy. But I don't have it sitting in a closet because I have no shelf space because I have 1,000 things people give me, you know? Because then I also feel bad, like, then you have to pick and choose, right? People give you a bunch of stuff and you have to decide what you're going to display versus what gets put in the closet. And I'm like, I don't like that either, you know? Because, like, it's the same amount of thought put into a lot of these different things, and I don't know. It just feels kind of icky to me. And a little icky. Not that it's bad, it just not a fun process, right? You're telling us you don't want a super cool $250 toaster? Well, the thing that happens is a lot of people offer to buy merch for me that exists at cons and then send it to me. And I used to allow, like, if a friend of mine, like an actual friend of mine wanted to do that, they saw something at a con and wanted to send it, they could send it to the VShojo PO box. And then they would send it to me. And there was like a two-part thing. They'd then send it to my PO box, and then I would go get it, right? But what happened was several of them kept buying the same items. So like 5 of them would go to the same con, and then they'd all hand like the same item from the same place, the same booth, to the staff. And then they'd send me a box and be like, oh, here's stuff from like friends of yours that they want to give you from this convention. And it would be like 8 of the same sticker, 5 of the same keychain. And I'd be like, guys, stop. Just keep it for yourselves. Like, so I told people to stop doing that. And instead, I was like, I'll have a staff member walk around the convention. If they see anything of me, they'll send me pictures of it. I'll be like, yeah, get this one, get that one. They'll send it to me. And that's it. You know? That's it. That's why the GEEGA merch was always sold out. They were funneling it all to you. I think my merch was just selling
do what Mouse does. Get a new house with a dedicated cinemoral room to unfill your room.
Right.
Fill that, and end up filling your room again with even more and a monk plushie that's bigger than you.
Yeah, like, there's a point where I'm like, dude, I would rather have a guest room than have a room filled with, like, duplicate merch. Because people keep sending me the same things. Right? You know how many times people have sent me the same 2 stickers that Dusko drew? I love them, but I have, like, 20-something of each. All the stickers Dusko has ever made of me, I have, like, 1 billion of them. And I'm like, guys, Dust is at, like, every convention, you know? I never get mad at friends for this one. A lot of the time, they'll take a picture of the booth, of Dust's booth, and they'll be like, oh my god, you're here! And I'm like, I've seen this booth 1,000 times. It's just funny. They're like, do you want me to cop this? And I'm like, I'll send a picture back of my box of 20 of them, and I'll be like, hey, I'm good. I'm glad to have multiples. It is nice when it's like a sticker, but oh my god, it's so many. It's just funny after a certain point. I don't know, man. I don't know. Start slapping them on stuff. I can't put stickers of myself on my own stuff and then walk around with it. That part's crazy too. So I could only have it inside. Right? If only there were a time and place where your fans congregate, right? That is one thing that I said. I was like, I should take old merch where people have given me duplicates, and I should set up like gotcha grab bags, and then send them with someone to a convention, and have them like have them sit around and like raffle the grab bags of old duplicate shit people gave me. That's one option I've thought of. I have this this cup from our group collaboration that was never released. So G Fuel did do like a group cup, and I have a different one. And I think it's an old design that they never ended up selling. And there's part of me that wants to keep it. There's also part of me that's like, ooh, I should just like throw that in for a charity auction one day. Like this random ass cup. It's not even like the most incredible design or anything. I think it's one that they made and we're like, we'll sell the other one instead. Let me find it. What did ours look like? The group cup. We had the one that came in the box. Yeah, we had this this pink one that had like the art, the splash art of each of us on it, like comic strip style, right? Where it looked like little manga panels of us in a way. And then the one that I have is this pink cup, transparent pink. And it has our old logo, the V logo, and then like little symbols relating to some of us, like patterned all over it. And if I look for G Fuel cups relating to us, that was never sold. That never existed anywhere. So I just have this thing that they made that they made like a couple. I think maybe some people might have a few, but it didn't end up becoming like our main thing. I don't think I have like the only one. I think they like maybe made a couple and then that was it. So I'm gonna hold on to it. Maybe we'll like charity auction it one day. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm trying to look for it. I can't even find where they sold it, if they did. There's only a super pink one. Yeah. I feel like I had seen it in one place. Like there might be a couple other people that do have this, but I don't know. It was never like the one that was sold in our box, so I don't know. They did like using the symbols and other merch. Yeah. Look, can I say, you know what I always hated? There was something that made me really mad. It's not a big deal, but it's something that made me really mad, and I'm gonna express it right now. There was one convention, just one convention, where we sold merch of ourselves, and all they did was take the key art, put us on some things, and sell that, right? It wasn't like art you hadn't seen anywhere. It was like our key art. We had like one image of key art full body of each member, and we'd use it for standees and like cardboard cutouts of us, and then we had like one close-up, right? And they had our key art used for whatever. And what they did was they had like our character on a thing, and then there would be like a border color around the edge that was whatever our like main hex code color was, and then they had some other lighter color for the background with like our symbol pattern at the back. And for some reason, the color on the background of a bunch of my stuff was this pale yellow. A pale yellow color. And I said multiple times, this makes no sense and looks bad. Why are we using this color? What does this have to do with me? Yeah, pillow. And it was changed on like one spot, but then the merch had that pale yellow as the background color for me all over it. And I was like, what is this? Yeah, harvest gold is such a nice way to talk about it. I was like, what is this? I hated it so much. And I have extras. I have some extras of a few that weren't sold sitting in my closet. It was when we did... Let me see if I can find it. Oh, yeah. They did it at AX 2024. Hold on, let me see if I can get... Oh, it's like a scrungly... It's like a scrungly picture. Because I'm trying to make it big enough. But look at this. Hold on. See, everyone had a background color that made sense for them. Why was mine yellow? It was like almost the same as Hime's. I said, can I just get like gray? or like my border color was like that wine red. Can we make it like light? Why that color? It looks so weird. I didn't like it. I was like, what? Yeah, it looks like a custard. It looks like custard. I remember that originally that was a background color proposed for me on the website, and I was shown a mock-up, and I was like, why was this here? Let's not do yellow. And they said, okay, and that got changed to gray, so it wasn't a problem there. And then on this merch, it was still that. Or here, they had this other item. It was this. I know it's a scrungly picture. I'm sorry, the like dark wine red with a pale yellow, it was giving me ketchup and mustard. I was like, why do we have yellow as the background? I don't get it. I don't know. I don't know. Never liked that. It was the base of the standee that also had that color. The border of the sticker. Everything. Everything had that as the background, and I was like, no. No, don't do this. And I didn't know that it was going to look like that at all. I didn't know we were selling merch at that convention. I had no clue. I had a friend send me a picture that they were like, I got your standee at the booth. And I was like, we have standees? And then they were like, yeah. And I was like, no, because I saw the yellow. I was like, what is this? No, gray wasn't taken. And there was no taking colors because a lot of people had overlapping colors. I didn't like that. I didn't like that, dog. It's an art solution for high contrast. Guys, no. Because Matara was pink, pink, pink. Mouse was pink, pink, pink. Okay. Everyone, you know, Haruka was green, green, green. They could, the contrast was not the question. All right. Yeah, they sold the gold armor trim and said, let's do that. And then didn't look at it and go, this doesn't look good. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, they could have done a darker gray too. Kuro had like almost black as his background color. And his hair is dark, you know? So he even had like, I felt like the contrast could have been turned up a little. But I don't know. Awkward way to find out. Yeah. I was like, I didn't like it. I don't know. It just kind of felt like someone got mock-ups from the era of when the website stuff was set up and I initially said, let's not do yellow. I think someone got mock-ups of that and went, this must be right, and slapped it onto stuff. That was my guess. I don't know. I don't even know who did it. I have no clue who did it to this day. I also don't know. I don't know if I ever got paid for that, actually. I have no clue. I don't know that there was record kept of it. Because for 2024, I got my, like, a number on what my cut was for merch sales, and it was just a number. Beats me, right? Like, was that included? I would like to think it is, but I could never actually go confirm that. I don't like that they would put out merch without your direct approval. Flies in the face of the supposed brand. I'm gonna tell you right now, that was when I first started, like, complaining. Was when I saw that. I think up until that point, there weren't too many issues. There were little things that I pointed out, but I felt they were very fixable, so it wasn't a big deal. But I saw that, and I was like, hey, we're talent first. I'm supposed to get consulted about simple things like what my merch looks like and how you're representing my brand. Like, that, immediately I was like, you know? And I was told, like, you know, yeah, agreed. We did this kind of last minute. Wasn't much time, which, why last minute? No excuse. But I was like, all right, well, let's not do that again. They said, okay, but then we never really did merch at cons ever again. So there was no next time for me to be like, oh, we've done it again, or, you know, anything, right? There's no follow-up on that one. I think that was the only time we ever did group merch at a con, when I was there, at least. So, you know, it was like a one and done. Very interesting. Very interesting. The first red flag. I wouldn't call that the first red flag. It was the first one that I felt was like the antithesis of how things were supposed to be, whereas other stuff I felt were like little easily excusable, easily, you know, understandable errors. And a lot of things that I pointed out did get rectified when I pointed them out. Yeah, yellow flags. Yellow flags. But yeah, that was the one where I was like, we don't operate like this. Or so I thought, right? I was like, we don't do this. So Mustard Gate. Mustard Gate is crazy. That's crazy. Mustard Gate's insane. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know, but I remember, like, something I always wanted us to do was to sell merch at conventions. I was just like, I think if we get a booth and we don't actively sell fresh merch at it, we're being fucking stupid. I said that in a meeting. I was like, we're being so fucking stupid for not doing that. I was saying we, like, collectively, you know? I was like, that's so dumb. That never happened. In the time I was there, no. We did this maid cafe thing at one convention where we had key art of us as maids. And I don't think we really did much merch. I think we just did like a meet and greet event and walked around the cafe on the little iPad thingy. And then 2024 AX, we had key art as standees and as those little like items I showed. And that was made. And I was like, why haven't we made something for conventions in general that was unique, right? Like, this is only sold at cons, and then shop that around to all the cons for the year. Like, make a 2024 design of all of us, and then we just do that. And then whenever it starts kind of selling out, then we do another round. I think that's, you know, a good idea, considering like merch was, yeah, like one of the only ways that you're supposed to make money here. And I got told that's a good idea. And then it never happened. The only time it happened was 2024 AX, and it was the key art. And they said, oh, we didn't have much time, so we just put it together because I complained about my background color. And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know. What a missed opportunity, right? Like, I know so many of you had asked in chat, you'd be like, are you guys going to have merch at your booth? You would always ask it. And then we did have Senpai Squad that had some merch with us on it, but that was them doing it. That was just their own thing. And I know some people would stand around and be like, woo, we did this, but it was Senpai Squad's whole thing, you know? So it was like, cool, but I don't know. And there were also a lot of cons we didn't even have our own booth. We just had Senpai Squad only, which wasn't, that's their own booth, right? Not ours. And then people would like get to be under the impression they thought it was like our booth too, but no, it was theirs, you know? They were just like friends of ours. So I don't know, man. You have a shirt that says AX23, but this is before you joined? Yeah. That was, I joined after that. I joined September after that. Yeah. Or I was around in August internally and a little prior, but I was in the company officially, publicly, September. So, yep. Didn't have a Shine Bro. It happens the same weekend every year. Well, you don't know if you have a booth, you know, the entire year before, but you know pretty early. You know pretty early. So, I don't know. It was just a moment for me where I was like, there's nothing you can say to me right now to be like, oh, okay, haha. You know, I was like, there's no explanation for this when like this is one of the main functions that you're supposed to have, to be like, oh man, we didn't make it in time or something. I remember someone trying to tell me like, you know, we didn't really have much time to figure this out. And I was like, why don't you have a generalized merch item to sell at whatever conventions for the year? Why don't you have stock of it? And then the moment you know you have a booth, you have stuff to send to the booth. And it was no answer, you know? I was like, okay. All right. I feel like it's so simple. I feel like it's so simple. It would have, like, honestly, a lot of things would have been a lot better financially if you just did a few simple things. And I felt like it was very possible, very, very, very possible with the staff that were available, like the number of people at least, or the number of people I was told we had. I don't know. You always wonder why there's zero merch on the website all the time. Well, when things sold out, they sold out, and they would do pre-order periods a lot. I was the person who pushed to have legacy merch. I was like, I would like to have stock purchased. Like, we order this many, instead of pre-ordering, we order this many, and then we leave it on the site until it is sold, instead of just doing a pre-order period and pulling it down every time. Like, what are we losing here? You know, we're not really losing much here by doing this. And that was set up for me But I was like, why is this not the default? Like, I don't, you know? I was like, why don't we do that? Very confusing. Otara wanted signed merch on booths and they told her no too. I don't know why. I think the logistics can be a little annoying, but not that annoying. It's really not that hard. I don't know. The problem was the mindset was like, what are we doing for this event? What are we doing for that event? When really it should have been like, what can we do for merchandising and have it done so that should an event come up, we can do this, do that, right? Like the things were just done a little out of order, a bit misaligned to the extent where then it just like nothing happened, right? Nothing happened. The more I hear, the more it seems like only Talon knew how to run the company. I think there were people in there who also had similar ideas and wanted to take our ideas and do things, but were blocked. So, you know, there was also that. There was also that. Right? He says, it's incredibly simple. I've got family that are full-time convention roadies and merch is like the easiest thing in their logistics. I know. I've already been talking to a lot of people about how to like put things out at booths and stuff, like just to get it done. And I wanted to do this while I was in the company, but I didn't because I felt like I wasn't told no. It was more like if I go and make my own booth happen and then be like, hey girls, why don't some of you do this while we're also in this company? I was like, I don't know what booths they're gonna have, etc. But then like by the time, you know, I was really there for summer 2024, which is con season. And I saw the con season happen and I went, okay, for 2025, I'm just going to do it if they don't. And then this all happened. So, you know, but that was my initial plan was like, assuming I was saying and everything was fine there, I was like, I'm just going to do it myself. That's what I was going to try to do. I don't know, man. They did the in-house production of some of the merch way too late. It wasn't actually in-house production though. That's the thing. So it was it was in-house, but not really. It was like we're gonna contact individual manufacturers. So instead of going to one company and having them manufacture everything and sell everything, which is how it works when you work with certain companies, like third parties, a lot of them do that. They do it all in-house. Instead, they would talk to one company and say, we want you to do the shirts. Here's the design and get that done. And then they'd go to another company and be like, we want you to do the standee. They'd pick who they thought was best for each item. So yeah, right. The logistics part was in-house. So there was someone centralized in the company who would go and like work all that stuff out. And then we had our own third-party fulfillment center holding our stuff. We'd have it all sent there and then sell it out there. So it was a way to do it piecemeal to... I honestly don't know what the point was because I don't think every manufacturer they used had good prices anyway. There were times where certain things like some of the margins were really fucked. I'm gonna be honest. There were some items. I remember they were talking about a poster at one point. And they were like, we're gonna get this poster. It's gonna cost us this to make, and we'll sell it for this. And I was like, why the fuck does a poster cost that much? And I was looking at the cogs. You know, I was looking at like the amount, and I was like, this makes zero sense to me. And I was like, I don't want to use that manufacturer. But it was like too late. They were like, oh man, but we're already blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay. You know, like I had no choice at that point. But there were a lot of moments where I was like, this in-house itemized kind of system makes sense if we were actually like being really frugal with it and picking the right person for each thing to like make sure our profit was good. But you have to do it right? So I don't know. And then there were, I feel like we had someone much more recently who was like just getting fit into that, and she was like really trying. she was really trying, but she kind of got thrown into a lot of projects that were already ongoing, and I feel like she never got the chance to like fix it up. She just had to use who we already had because we already had what we already had, you know? So I always felt bad for some people that were just kind of like thrown into stuff like that they couldn't go and fix at that moment. I don't know. It stunk. So I understand the sentiment because each item is the best, quote unquote, but you lose the convenience of one company handling everything. Yeah, but that was the point, is we also were one company. So the idea is they were supposed to handle that for us. A third party handling everything should really only be like a great idea if you are indie, you know, and you don't have your own entire merch team internally who could just handle that for you, you know? So what can you do? Stupid. It's just stupid, man. I don't know. The mats were good, but the most pricey I've seen. That's the other thing is, sometimes we'd work with a third party and I'd be like, I don't want to sell something through a third party personally because they take their cut, which is fair, but then you guys also take your cut, which turns my cut into what? Like, practically nothing. And I'm now selling merch to some people kind of like just for them, and I don't really get much. I'd have to make crazy volume of sales for me to actually like make much profit. So I was like, that needs to adjust. Either I just like go work with a third party and not involved at all, which wasn't exactly how it worked. I was just like, either that needs to happen or we got to like just do this internally and not have like third parties taking cuts or something. And then even that couldn't get done like right, you know? So this was like, Jesus. I don't know, man. I don't know. Sounds like the merch team was worthless before being handcuffed by executives. Yeah, it's definitely a mix. There are some people I wouldn't call the merch team useless at all. There were people that were incapable of doing anything they wanted to do. You know? So what can you do? I also don't know who specifically did what on a lot of projects or who made certain decisions. There were some decisions that were totally cooked, but I just didn't know who was the one that made that decision. I didn't know when certain employees came in and out for certain things. So there might be a merch line where something was messed up and I'm like, I think it was because of one of these two people, but I don't actually know because I don't know what date people were in and out. No, MTD didn't have the final call on that stuff. Usually he wasn't that involved with that. Not at that point. But I'll be honest. It was a lot of people being both hands-on and hands-off in ways where it should have been the opposite. The people that were hands-on should have been more hands-off. The people that were hands-off should have been more hands-on. And everyone blocked each other. It just literally everyone was blocking each other constantly. And it was just not good. Not good. I don't know. Lack of clarity on who made decisions feels intentional. Yeah, I don't know, right? Like, it's hard for me to say it was or wasn't. It's hard for me to say either way, right? Imagine if they actually had no CFO, right? Yeah, and the thing is too, like, there are people that I thought, I've even learned more, you know, even recently. There are people that I thought were gone longer ago than they actually were. There were people who I got communication like, oh, this person has stepped down from this thing or stepped back from that thing. But then other people were like, oh no, I was still getting messages from them about something related up until like 2 months ago or whatever. So I'm like, oh, okay. So there's a lot still that I'm like, I just can't like trust a lot of things that I've been told, you know, like, or I've been skeptical of all of it because so many things keep coming out later where I'm like, what was this? Like, you know, I don't know. They stepped down, but they weren't informed of that. Well, let's not say sentences unless we literally are that person. But still. I don't know, man. I don't know. So there were times where certain things happened and were blamed on a certain person for whatever situation it was. And I was like, man, that really sucks. I don't like that this person wasn't good at this thing. And then like many months later, I find out that person didn't even work on that thing. They were barely involved. And I'm like, huh? That's crazy. Crazy. There was a lot of that with like outside communications to sponsors and stuff too. There were I can't tell you how much potential money I would have made in certain sponsorships or deals with certain brands or like all these things, you know, that you do between companies or between talent company. There were so many that could have been done that didn't happen. Just didn't happen because of like sometimes people fumbling things certain ways, but sometimes people just not answering. You know, there were like there was more than one, but there was one person in particular who kept just not answering a bunch of emails. And I would find out months later that there were several vendors that once I started talking to them like personally, they'd be like, yeah, we wanted to work with you on this thing. We were offering this for 2 hours of gameplay and blah blah blah. And I was like, you were? And they were like, yeah, we offered it to your company. And I'm like, I never heard about this. I would have said yes. There's literally no reason. Why didn't this go through? Did you hear anything? And they'd be like, nah, we gave the offer and then got ghosted. And I'm like, what? Literally losing money that I could like put toward my house because someone else couldn't answer emails. Right? Or conventions. There are conventions that I did for free that I found out later were actually very willing to pay a fee for me to do more content there. And I never heard about it. I never knew that they did that. I never knew that they were offering money. Nothing. And then I just thought the only thing I got to do was a meet and greet for free. And I was like, okay. Didn't even know that the other stuff was ever on the table. How it's literally like free money. You just answer some emails and you make some money for the company. You know, like you get a cut, you get profit. And I still do all the work. Like what? I don't know. Yeah, like money on the floor, pick it up. Exactly. I think that to this day is some of the most insane stuff. And the amount of money, I went to different vendors and talked to them about like what was missed in opportunities in like the last year. What was missed in opportunities. And I got together like a very crude, rudimentary list. Not even thorough. I'm sure there are a lot of things that I didn't even list on there. It was well over 6 figures of stuff that just simply didn't happen that it could have easily happened. And I was like, I don't make that much money. Like, I'm not broke, but I have a lot of overhead and I take care of other people. I don't just take care of myself. I take care of family too. I don't make that much where I'm like, oh, I'm going to be great in retirement right now. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking about these things actively. Sometimes I don't get lore videos to save. You know what I mean? Like, I don't go all out on assets and etc., you know? So that's not, even if they said, oh, it would have been 10K, I still would be mad about that. Right? I don't know, man. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. That's the shit that I'm trying to have to like be able to like take care of my mother properly, you know? It's just like it's not just dollars. Like, it means actual life changes and stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy. And it's not like anyone else who makes more is even like less affected or something because they have more. I don't really think this is the suffering Olympics, but for me in particular, I just like, I don't know. This does change things a lot for me, okay? This does change things a lot for me. So I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. So much money just lying in emails and like if you had two calls with this one person, it would have been this amount. All this stuff. And yeah, a cut of that would have gone to them too. So I don't know. How do you drop the ball so hard though? How's that decision even made? How's that even possible? That's what I was asking. I had this big ass document that I wrote up of like all the questions I had and all the blunt ways I wanted to say them, you know, and everything. So that anytime I had calls with anybody and was going over what the current gripes were at that moment in time, you know, I had them. One of the ways I wrote up that, I was just talking about like sponsors and biz dev and all this stuff. In that section, I had it sectioned by here are my gripes per section of what should be done. And in that section, I was like, what are we doing? Literally, I had no words. I was just like, do we have anyone doing this who knows how to do this? Don't even answer, because clearly we don't. Like, I was just like, there's no way I'm getting told by this many companies that we've lost all these sponsorships for me and that I didn't even know about them. I didn't even know. Hard to answer work emails when you're crushing it in Fortnite with your butts on Discord. Right. Oh man. Or sometimes there were things where like some of the contracts were done poorly, where like there were some things that did go through. But then when I looked at like what some of the deliverables were later, I was like, I didn't even get informed of these. Or, hey, this contract you wanted me to sign with this convention, I don't want us to sign because they're asking for things that are insane. And did you look over this? There were so many like layers to all that stuff that were like the worst. Actually, my biggest gripes with wanting to leave, before I knew, when I left, I didn't know about the financial stuff. Like, I had no idea how much money was owed to other people. I didn't even know people were owed money. I thought everyone was getting paid out. Genuinely. My biggest gripes were that stuff. It was like the the sponsorship stuff not happening, and like, you know, all the internal issues, all the operational issues and stuff. Some things not being written in ways that I was comfortable with, or, you know, whatever, legally, etc. It had nothing to do with the money, because that was information I learned later. I was like, everything else was already bad enough. I didn't... The extra financial stuff later was just me looking back and going, well, I'm glad I was on the right track there, you know? Crazy, man. And if I had significant amounts in opportunities I could have gotten that I didn't, how much would like other bigger creators in the company have not made as well? How much money would that have been that the company could have made had they just answered more emails, had more meetings, and worked on more deals? How much would that have been? It could have been enough to like save a lot of things, honestly. Not that I necessarily look back and think I would have wanted it to be saved, right? Then we'd have all those other things ongoing for how long, but still, like, at the time I felt that way. I'm like, you know, would have been nice for it to keep going. I don't know, dude. You think VTubers should talk more to each other privately about finances or who's not been paid? Oh yeah. If anyone else had told me that they were having certain types of issues that I necessarily wasn't having, it depended, I would have had a totally different approach to the situation. You know, there was a lot of stuff that it was represented to me like these things weren't happening often, or like others didn't have these issues. And I did talk to people about certain things, but no one was like sitting there crashing out and being like, I didn't get this, blah, 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 you know, whatever. So I think it was when Matar was having her issue. At one point I talked to her a little bit later and said, hey, I'm having this, that issue. Were you having this, that issue? And that's, you know, where a lot of conversation happened. But even then there was so much that she couldn't tell me because of like NDA and stuff, you know. But I don't know, it's all very interesting. People weren't crashing out over what they should have been crashing out over, because people were told things that would keep the crash out at bay. I wouldn't put them at fault for it. There's a lot I can't say in specific, but from my perspective, people were given a lot of reason to not crash out over it too. So, you know. So Mouse mentioned something to the same effect with con appearances. I found out, yeah, like way later, because now it's 2025, and I'm talking directly to a lot of conventions, and so many representatives from them have talked to me and been like, yeah, you know, we were trying to get you for last year, or we were trying to ask, like, you know, your former company about this, that, and we like weren't answered or didn't go through or whatever. There were even things last year, like toward the end of con season, more so over the winter, where I had some. Actually, there was one over the winter. I had an offer where I could have had a few members go and do something at a convention and they would have paid all of us. And I myself was brokering that and getting that done with this convention. And one of my staff members was helping me with it. And we sent that over to the company because we were like, hey, we need your final sign off on this and we need your involvement to be able to legally do that. So they're offering a lot and we could do this, this, and that, and the other thing. We need a couple bits of information. We needed like some demographic stats and like one or two other things because you have to like make a little pitch deck, right? And we were like, but this is basically locked in. We just need these 3 bits of information that should be easy to get. And the person was like, I'll get that for all the members to you. They gave us one person's YouTube stats, an old screenshot, nothing else. And didn't answer. And eventually none of us got to like get paid to go to that convention or do anything there because they just like didn't answer when we asked for simple information that we needed to be able to make the pitch. And I was like, and my own assistant even like in the email was like, hey, this is basically like already done. We just need these things to go through with it. But like it's pretty much locked in, you know? Like this was said at the beginning and I was like, brother, oh my God. Yeah, that was over the winter. And I think that for me, that was like, you know, the domino meme. That was like one of the smaller dominoes. Like as soon as that happened, I was like, no. Because it was one of the first situations that I had like really good visibility on because I was handling some communications with the other side as well on that one, you know? And I was handling a lot of stuff myself there with an assistant. So being in it and then trying to like also get them involved in it, I was like, oh, okay, if this is how this happens. And then I had seen like 1 or 2 things previously. I was like, no. It established the pattern. And I was like, yeah, no way. So all this is almost beyond drop the ball, like intentional negligence. I don't understand how they were consistently making missteps like that. That's what I was baffled by. Because like the type of work I was asking to be done on the other side was not hard. It took so little time. And then there was one person as well who like was doing some of that stuff. And they were constantly unreachable because they were on trips all the time. There were plenty of times where they were back. They'd be like, yeah, I'll be back Tuesday. I'm out of office, you know, Thursday, Friday, and Monday because I'm away that weekend. And I'd be like, okay, answer me Tuesday. And then I would still get nothing for 2 weeks. And then on like that 3rd week where I'm like still pushing, hey, they're out of office this day. Talk to that person. Constantly away. And I'm like, there were a couple people that were like that. I was just like, So you have the funds to go on all these trips and things, but you're not concerned about like me making the extra money I'm trying to get my mother a house at some point or something, or like maybe just add, you know, a nice place for. I have a few family members I'm trying to get in a good position, right? Like maybe that's not a concern here. I was like, I was getting like really passive aggressive, muttering to myself and shit. I was like, okay. And that's when I started the process of like looking through everything. I don't know. Trips for what? They're not closing merch deals. Personal trips. You know. Wonder how much this is caused by them trying to focus on $1 million ideas rather than building up a base level of profitable systems. Kind of like trying to be Blizzard without first making World of Warcraft. I think that's a lot of what it was. Yeah. I think a lot of people thought things would just work because they've historically had things just work out for them. And I think they genuinely, like, life has tricked them into thinking that things just work. For some folks. I think some people just don't get how these industries work because they haven't had to work for it. And when things just fall in your lap, You start to like take on more and more responsibility, and at some point responsibility, you know, the difficulties of that hit you, and you go, uh-oh, because something for once doesn't just work. And then here you are, right? I think some of it is that. I don't know. I mean, imagine how it is if every time you go and pitch something to an investor, thus far it's just kind of worked out because you're able to just talk to them in a way where they think it sounds good. Finally one like doesn't work out long term, and here you are. Aren't there a lot of things they did wrong though? Yeah, I'm just saying I think this was like the main, you know, the number one mindset issue for sure. I don't know. VC rounds have gotten more strict recently. There's a lot of free money. Look, I'm gonna be honest, with the size of creators the company had in the beginning, with everything, I think people could have been pitched for more. I think the seed round could have been more. I think a lot more could have been done there. All the baseline stuff could have been set up in the first year and then worked on and gotten really honed in by the third. And that first round could have been bigger and could have funded a lot of crazy stuff. You know, but instead we got like some AX booths and spent on some projects that you guys never even saw a shred of doneness on. You know? So, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Just Mouse Post 23 alone would have gotten a lot. Mm-hmm. Tokyo advertising. Well, we realized later, like, even then that wasn't as expensive as, as what Connor initially said. But still. I don't know, man. Cannot for the life of you figure out where the 11 went. It was more like 13 when you put in a few things total. But yeah, the 11, I mean, tons of staff and a lot of projects that had money dumped into them that never went anywhere. And without saying some things I think I shouldn't reveal, I will say some of these projects had a really good purpose, and the idea was these projects might be able to get us more investment and keep things going, might become profitable once they're done, etc. On paper, the strategy there makes sense. I understand it. But that was done also ignoring all of the other parts of the business and not making sure that at least those were worked out well. And then also the specific ideas were ones that, when shown to me, I said, this is dead in the water. These aren't going to work. You can't, like, maybe your initial pitch of this might make someone feel good about it, but you're never going to be able to make this and then sell this to somebody and make profit. Like these projects are not going to go anywhere. You need to pick something else. I had even suggested, this was before VGen existed, I suggested a thing that basically was VGen. And I was like, you know what kind of project would work really well, actually, that you could get funding for and would become profitable? This is really needed. And I pitched an idea that was basically that. I gave them, you know, here you go, do this, and no one did it. And I was like, okay. We were already elbow deep into a lot of other things, but I don't know. Michi mentioned a game. Yeah, I could talk about that since that was revealed. There was a game project that was being worked on. The idea for what it was supposed to be kept changing. And all I knew was every 3 to 6 months, there would be a meeting that had most of us at it, and they'd give us a big update on, like, major company stuff, you know, anything. And the game would get mentioned. And every time it got mentioned, it was like a totally different project. And every time they were showing us concept art, and it looked like a lot was being done. Like, there were clearly resources being put into this. They had like splash art made for something at one point, And I'm like, okay, we're at the point where we're like drawing up stuff. But before that, I felt before that, seeing as how we're, some of us play video games, maybe they should have just written out the idea on a fucking post-it and asked us what we think about it. Because they would have concept art made and like some basic things done. And I would be like, hey, I don't think our community wants to play this game. And I'd be like, why are we starting to model out characters and things when I could have told you, if you wrote 3 bullet points, I don't think we should do this. And I don't think it was the company making its fault at all, because that was a communication thing. Yeah, why didn't we take more surveys about this or something? Or just at meetings, just set up calls and talk about it, right? There were several times where I was looking at the stuff and I was like, I don't think people want this. And then I would sit there and I would give ideas. And they'd be like, ooh, we could take all of this back. And I'm like, yeah, we could have done this earlier. Right? We could have done this earlier. Yeah, it's a returning pattern, right? Like, if you just involved us and asked us earlier, we could have done that. So there was a lot of, at those meetings, there was a lot of like, they'd show us things that were being worked on and we'd be like, we don't want this, and then people would be like, oh no, I didn't realize you didn't want this. And we'd be like, yeah, because you didn't ask until now. And then they'd be like, okay, we will. The good news, they would be like, we want to do what you want to do, so we'll go back and work on changing it. And every time I would just sigh and I'd be like, now we're just wasting resources here. Like, now we're at the point where I'm just, every time I'm like, what are you going to tell me about this time that you've already been working on for months that I don't know about? Like, I don't know. But it was supposed to be a surprise. Yeah, everything was supposed to be a surprise, allegedly. I don't know. Do you have anything specific in mind that you would like to have? A lot of different things. I just think some of the ideas that were shown were ones that weren't even like horrible ideas. It just wasn't stuff that our community would have played at all. Were there ever developers involved or just concept stage? I do not know what was actually done on them for sure. I just know what little things I was shown, and I'm not going to go too deep into it because I don't want to confirm if I'm not 100% sure. And even then, I just still don't want to confirm. What I've said is, just that. Just that. But I don't know. There was a lot where I was like, I think, like, yes, there's an element of, at the end of the day, people will just play things that have us in it because they want to support and they want to see cool projects with us in it. Like, there's that. But we should really consider, like, are people going to buy this and play it once and then never play it again? Or are they actually going to play this game? We could have had VShojo Subway Surfers. Could you imagine? If they gave me that budget, I would have made a great factory card roguelite with anime girls or whatever on the splash art. Oh, could you imagine? If only. I don't know. I feel like, just in general, I didn't even want a game. This was just my personal opinion. I was like, why are we making a game? Right? I was like, we could be like doing another concert. That was my comment. When they were like, we're making a game, when they first said it, I was like, that's cool. Where's the funding coming from? And what is it not going toward in lieu of this? Right? That was just me. Or I was like, ooh, we could have like bought merch up front. We could have fronted all the money for merch and then had it shopped around at cons and gotten con tables and stuff. That was my personal feeling. I said that to a few folks and I was like, that would be cool. That would be neat. Yeah, a lot of you are saying things that are assumptions because another company had it. I don't know. That was never mentioned. No one was like, oh, we want to do this because so-and-so has it. They were just like, we thought this would be cool. So anything you're saying relating to that is assumption. I don't fucking know. No one said it like that internally. Everyone was just like, this would be neat. But I don't think games like make that much money in general. I'm pretty under the impression that unless you're like a really big publisher or you're an indie game that manages to pop off, like you're Balatro, you know, you don't really make that much money. Sometimes if you're selling a game off of a cool IP, maybe you can, but generally, like, yeah, you just spend a lot in overhead and hope you can recoup it. So I was just like, I don't know why we're doing this. Mobile games, though. I had kind of suggested, I was like, look, if we need money here, then like if we're interested in making something profitable, there should probably be gotcha elements or something. That could be really fun. Imagine something, okay, I don't care what the gameplay is like, but imagine it being like School Idol Festival, right? And you have like all these different collectible cars, and it has us in different outfits, and they're like ultra rare outfits, and there are events and all this shit. I was like, this could be so fun. It could be the craziest art project ever. This could be insane. And it could be playable on mobile, and I would probably actually play it. I was just talking about how there's like so much potential, and I was like, our community loves stuff like this. They love these kinds of games. The Nikkei event was so well done. We had so many people being like, yes, I love Nikkei. I love playing this game, right? And just in general, like look at Uma Musume and everything. I was like, this makes sense for us. Why don't we do this? You know, that was my suggestion. I was like, if we're doing a game, let's be real. Let's be real. And it doesn't even have to be like crazy with the microtransactions. We don't have to be so, you know, insanely predatory as some of them are with it. There are some that are a little more chill, right? And I was like, we could be a little more chill. But I don't know. Could have been so cool. Could have been so cool. We could have had like our streamer friends play it. I could have been like, hey, all my streamer friends, we released a game, go play it. And it's gotcha, so they get to like be like, oh my god, I got my SSR Iron Mouse. I don't know. That's what I wanted. Just could do something like the Smite Collab again. Something like that is not something you can just do. That's like, it's really hard to get deals with existing games for skins and packs like that. I think we'd all need to be bigger creators for it, which I know your guys' impressions of some of us is that we're huge creators, but we're really not. Like, we are and we aren't. It depends on who, and even then, like, most of us are still within that VTuber bubble. I don't think there are many games that would be absolutely jumping to have gotten our whole group on board as skins. You know? That's tough. So, we see in future releases of V-cards. I don't know. It would be really nice. But I don't know the answer to that. There's still some stuff that, like, legally needs to be figured out before I can even consider any of those types of things. So, did like the trash mobs? Yeah. Yeah. They don't even have moist critical skins in Fortnite yet. I don't know if he does stuff like that, does he? Right? I don't know. You said MOBA would also work to try to be sustainable, but too little choices. A MOBA... I can't imagine us releasing a MOBA. I don't know. I think when it comes to like games that we could make and everything, there are games we could make, but why not just fund more concerts and merch, right? Right? I don't know. Or I really wanted to do I wanted to do group outfits. So instead of it just being a merch thing, I wanted us to pick a theme. Let's say it's New Year's. New Year's is coming up. We start planning it like a half a year to a year ahead of time, right? We start getting outfits drawn for all of us, and we all get a new model outfit, all within some sort of theme, and we can all debut them within time. Or maybe just 4 members, right? Just little units of people or whatever. We could do that and then use them for a concert, at a concert. You'd like put this stuff together, you know? I don't know. That was just kind of where my mind was at. Like, I think that would have been cool. But Then later, I much later, much more recently, you know, saw what the money situation was, and I'm like, okay. I see why maybe we wouldn't have been able to fund any of this, you know? But I don't know, I just feel like at the time when maybe those other projects were happening, maybe it could have been done. But what, I don't know if like projects were being funded fully. I have no clue. I have no clue. No clarity on that. So I don't even know if that could have been possible. Maybe. Maybe money did go there. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. Instead of a game, launch more members who can eventually start making profit from their success. I don't think that strat would have worked. I talked about that already. Where I don't think that strategy would have worked out for us in the environment the company was in at the time. I think it would have been a nice end goal, and I was like, I would like to eventually do this. But I felt like where we were, it was not possible. And then also because I think that could have worked better early when the company first started. But the company for so long had just been this smaller focused group. Kind of like other content groups like OTV and stuff like that. It felt a little more like that, right? And people are brought in like one at a time, etc. It's mostly people that are like a known name or for some reason there's hype around them, typically. And then I was like, look, I would love to do the other thing and like have more people, have smaller creators. I really want to. But there were like issues that I was seeing, right? We don't even have booths at cons. We're not even doing merch at cons. We're not even doing this, that, or the other thing. There's certain things that like I got told we don't have budget for. And I was like, I don't think we have the overhead to fund that. You know? So I like wanted it eventually, but I was pushing back in the other direction and being like, we can't do this right now. Like, you know, especially they were talking about like an idol group sort of thing. And I was like, how are we going to fund that when you can't even fund another concert for us? I asked, are we going to do a concert next year? And people were like, oh, it'd be nice. And then as we got closer, I was like, hey, there's been no talk of it. And people were like, oh, yeah, I don't think we can fund that. So I was like, so if you can't do that for like the main group, how on earth like, you know, I was like, how on earth are we going to bring in smaller creators where they're not going to make you much money? You have to fund them first and hope it's a long-term investment and have that work out? Like, what? Yeah, they were going to have one larger creator in it. And I was like, that's cool. But like, I don't know. I was just like, I just don't think this is it. Something's not adding up here. And I was worried. I was just really concerned that they would bring people in and those people would be given expectations and then they wouldn't be able to meet it. And those people would end up getting a bad deal because they would be smaller creators that don't make that much to begin with. And now they would have less take home, but they also wouldn't receive all of this financial support that they probably think they would get. So I was like, I think you would do these people a disservice. Like, I was like, I think this is bad, you know? And I was pointing out a lot of the specifics and how that would work. Yeah, Nova hadn't even covered the initial costs yet. Exactly. I was pointing at that and I was like, we've done this. We've seen how this goes. This is how it's worked out so far. I don't think we should do this more until we get that working. You know? Or if we have enough money where we don't need to make a profit on them for a while and we're cool letting it cook. If we were at that point, then I'd be like, let's go all in. But we weren't at that point. So I was like, you know, I was pushing because I just felt like they were going to do wrong by a lot of people. Roster is 20 people. Why would you even need more? That's the other thing. I think the big roster thing just like has fallen out of fashion a little. I don't think it works that well. I don't think we have that large of a collective community that we could have thrown out that many talents, you know, into the public eye and had them all grow really well. I was like, I just don't think this is like working out. Like on paper, I get where the ideas were, but I was like, we don't have any of the setup for this to work. And I was getting real pissed because then eventually they said like who was going to be in the idol group. And one of them was my own friend for a long time. And I was like, I knew her. I knew how she does things. I know how professional she is. And I was like, she's going to get done dirty. And I got mad. I was like, I don't like this. Oh, Even the, you know, ones that I didn't even know as well, I was still like pissed for them, you know? I was like, this is not what these people are gonna want here, you know? Like, they weren't gonna get real support. So I don't know. It was just really, it was bothering me so much. And then they wouldn't tell us any other names or like who they wanted to maybe join later. They didn't say a word about who, even though I pushed and multiple of us demanded to know, and they wouldn't tell us. And we didn't even care about who it was. We just cared about the fact that they wouldn't tell us. we were just trying to get them to stop doing that, and they wouldn't stop doing that. And we were just like, this is wild. The not saying who's going to join the group is completely crazy. I can't think of a single reason, too. I can't think of a single reason to not tell us. Not one. I don't know. And that's where a lot of us started being like, Didn't even give a reason? No. That's the thing. They didn't even give a good reason. Worried you go warn them of impending disaster? Maybe. And that's the thing. I didn't even immediately go rushing to Phoebe and be like, oh my God, something. I was like, if she wants to tell me, she can. I talked to her way later, because I was still trying to figure things out, and I didn't want to misinform her. I also wasn't sure if she was like fully NDA'd or signed on or whatever, so I wasn't sure what I could and could not tell her yet. So I wasn't going to go talk to somebody and start saying things without knowing I was comfortable legally to say stuff, you know? So it wasn't until I knew 100% what her NDA covered and like if she was signed and all that stuff before I talked to her, like, you know, about it. But I don't know. But yeah, they gave no reason. They were like, at the first iteration of them telling us they wanted to add like a bunch of people within 2025, they said, we want to do this like small unit idol group, and then after that we want to add a bunch of people. They didn't say another gen or anything. They're just like a lot of people, and they gave us a number of people. And I was like, with what resources? And immediately I was like, are they large creators? Are they small creators? Because that changes things here, and like whether I think we can handle this or not, you know? And they were like, well, you'll see. And I was like, I don't know. I got like a coy haha hee hee answer, and I was like, okay. And I said, well, why can't I would like to know. And it was just like, we were told, you'll be told more information soon. And I was like, okay, we'll see. Because we had another call lined up for a little bit after that. So I waited for that next call, and then the next call happens, and they show us who's in. And by the way, they only said that next call was set up and that they were going to tell us who's in the idol group, at least after we started complaining, why won't you tell us? I don't know that they actually even had that set up. But we said, we started going, tell us. And they were like, oh, we'll have a meeting next week and we'll talk about whatever. So next week comes, we have the second meeting. And this time they mention the idol group. And they tell us who's going to be in it. And they tell us a little more information, but not really much. They're just like, yeah, we're going to do this. They're going to be more music focused. And we were like, okay. And I remember some of us immediately being like, so by being music focused, do you mean they're just going to do music? Or do you mean like you're going to fund this for them? And the TLDR was, it sounded like they were just going to have to do it. They were like, we'll help them with our resources. Our resources means I'll connect you to someone who you can pay to do it. Also, you could have just emailed them yourselves. like there's no difference, right? We'll contact them or you contact them. Either way, they're going to use a third party. We'll go find you someone to produce something. We have access to this studio that we could, you know, have you go work in. But all of them will allow indies in. It's not really an exclusive thing nowadays. So I was like, okay, so they're going to have to fund their shit. And you want to have like one well-known talent and then two that are like pretty small who aren't coming in with an existing huge fan base. And you want them to fund their own concert or their own music or their own everything? I was like, I don't think they can. If they can't do this as indie, then you're just going to have the one who is well known be basically funding it for all of them if they choose, or if you take in money from them as a unit and then you put that together into a concert for them as a unit, it's going to be really the responsibility of like the one and their community helping fund it kind of for the other two. And I was like, I think you're just kind of creating a situation where either someone might get upset over that, or let's say everyone's okay with that and they're like, no, we all want to help each other, which I think is good. And I think they are those types of people. I think they are good like that. Either way, it's just really imbalanced. And if it doesn't work out, the two who are smaller get totally left behind. So if you can't support them, that, right? And I was just sitting there like, what, huh? You know, and someone else was bringing up how they were looking for certain support on certain things. And they're like, I'm not even happy with how a lot of my own stuff has gone with this. So what, are you going to give them the same, or do we suddenly have better resources and things, or what? And it was just like a lot of non-answers. And then and that was it. And then I was like, what about the other people? So you mentioned like the idol group. What about you said you wanted to add like a whole bunch of people within the year, and we were all blindsided by like the number. Can we know who those are? Do you have any? I was like, do we even have anyone signed or anything? Like, are they signed? Like, what's the status of that? And I said, seeing as how we're feeling about this first iteration of things here and how we are like worried about your ability to support them, my question was like, if you tell me the names and I'm like, hey, these are all small creators and I think we can't support them, will you change your approach at all? And the answer was kind of like, well, we've already promised some things. They wouldn't even confirm if they were signed or not. They were just like, well, they were already promised things. It might be a bit awkward. And I'm like, so you got this like shit basically over the finish line and didn't even tell us about any of it and didn't have time to like ask us anything. I was just like, oh my god. And then that was the last we talked about it. We never got to hear about it because that's, by that time I was like complaining about a lot of shit. But we never got to like get to the point where we could talk about that again, really. I was just nicely expressing each time, like, I don't think you can do right by these people. And I'm not comfortable with you bringing new people in until you can do right by like all of us. Otherwise, like, what? I'm going to watch you bring people into a situation where they also are going to have issues and just like be like, oh, that's fine. No, I'm not. Right? No, I'm not. Absolutely not. So that's why eventually I was like, I gotta go. I can't. And I was worried I was going to look like an asshole. I was worried things were going to move along and I was going to look like I left right before they added in other people, and people were going to be like, oh, she probably left because she didn't like those people or some stupid shit like that. When really it was more like I didn't want to be responsible for like advertising that this is a good place to be and then having other people like see me there and go, oh, I should join too. She's there. It must be okay. You know what I mean? I was like worried that me continuing to stay signed on looked that way to other people because people tend to trust, that stuff from me. So I was like, I can't have my name on this,
I can't believe GEEGA left because she hates other people SMH.
Yeah, no, I was genuinely really worried that it was going to look like that. Because if they still had the, bossing say moment where everything was like looking all right from the outside, then especially with how well people took me leaving, they're like, oh, it's just business, whatever. I was worried that it was going to look like I left because of certain people. And I was like, fuck. Because it was the opposite. It was more like I wanted better for them in a way. Was how I felt there, but I don't know. So I'm glad that didn't pan out because I was just sitting here the whole time like thinking this summer was going to be me getting nothing but weird comments about that and beyond. That's like I was like really brandishing my fists, getting ready for it. I was like, fuck, this is going to be annoying. I don't know, man. Yeah, it was like office politics, right? I was like, this is why I stream and don't do my old work. I'm surprised they weren't trying to get rid of you for asking all these legit questions. Well, I wasn't an asshole about it. And I wasn't the only one asking. You know, I'm not claiming like, oh, I was the only one. I'm talking from my experience, but there were other people, you know, I would bring up something like this in a meeting and other people would also be like, hey, you know, here's my version of that concern, or here's a tangential concern, or whatever. So, you know, it wasn't just me. Not at all. Did Zen make the decision to leave after you left? No, she had more to figure out on the back end than I did. Because I started my process earlier. But I started talking to my lawyer about it earlier, but we both declared that we were gonna leave at some point at the same time. I told her I'm gonna send an email this day if you want to do it with me, because I know she was weighing it. I said, if you want to do that together so you're not like alone in it, send it same day if you like. But that's when I'm doing mine. So I informed her that I was doing it, and then she was like, oh, yeah, me too, and also declared it. And we were going to leave on the same day, but it was a little complicated with a couple other back end things that she had to figure out. And then also she was like doing her subathon. She was like, fuck, like, there's no good time, you know, there's no good time to do this. So, you know, it was like moved around a little differently, but yeah. I also personally, I was like, I hate the idea of just leaving alone, but I was just going to go through with it, whatever. But yeah, I was actually going to announce a little bit earlier that I was leaving initially. So when did I leave? I left on the 27th was my termination date. I wanted to announce that Monday or even earlier. Talked to some staff, decided to not announce earlier because there was a convention that weekend before. We had like the hotel key cards had us all on it, all these things, whatever, and you know, all these little events. And I was like, okay, how about right as soon as that ends on that Monday we'll announce. And then we ended up not doing it because that Monday came and there was still no exit agreement signed. And I said, hey, I'm not comfortable like saying, hey, I'm leaving on this date when there's no agreement signed. So I pushed it back a little. But then I decided to announce anyway because I was like, I don't think this is happening for months. So let's just terminate and then work on that separate agreement as we go. But I told them months prior that I wanted to have an agreement done before my termination date, and it never got done until like very recently. And I was like, brother. What a fiasco, man. But that's, you know, I wanted my announcement and the day of leaving to be like a little more separated, not like 2 days before, but I don't know. Was an exit agreement due? So it's simple. So when you have a contract with anyone, if there are termination clauses, there might be ones that say like, you know, when we terminate, this is what happens with this, that's what happens with that. There were some things that I felt I wanted added because there were things that we did in business that weren't quite listed out in my contract of like what happens if termination happens though. So I just wanted to clean up loose ends. That's really what it was. It was that, and then some things that were in there that I wanted done differently because, you know, I had more information over time about current status, and I was like, okay, that changes how I think some of these things should be worked out. You know, especially things like finding out later the money situation, right? Things like that obviously change some things. So yeah, I can't really give you specifics, obviously, like of what's in any agreements, but that's the purpose of doing a separate exit agreement, even though there are already clauses in contracts of what happens when you terminate, is because there's just more over time that builds up that never got mentioned in the first one, or things should be different because the information you have now is different than what it was when you first signed it. So yeah. So you just kind of write up a paper and you're like, well, here's how things will be handled. Here's what survives the contract, you know, after it terminates, and you just kind of redraw that a little bit. But yeah, they probably could sign because allegedly their lawyer was operating without a license. They had a separate third-party lawyer hired in that I dealt with when signing my contract and who my lawyer dealt with in like some other stuff midway as well. And then there was someone else that they brought in who is a lawyer who was working on stuff very recently. You know, was like the most recent person that was dealing with that. So they did like my exit agreement. The person you're thinking of is someone else who did other stuff as well, but they did work with a third party law firm to handle some stuff. So at least my contract, when I first signed, the lawyer I was dealing with on their side that I was talking to was a licensed person. They were third party. They weren't like in the company or anything like that. It was just a separate person hired in. So, you know, and I did check up on them and they were licensed and all that. But that was like, but they weren't in the company. It was just a, you know, hired out person. Yeah. There's zero way to quit publicly in this situation that would get you away clean without controversy. I know, right? That's part of what made it hard. I mean, there are a lot of things that made it hard, but that was one of the things that made it hard too. My biggest thing was like, I just don't want to leave my group of friends. Like, who wants to publicly leave their friends that they like hanging out with? You know, like, I was like, that sucks. And even though I'm like not leaving them as friends, it's just the company. Like the way people see things, I was like, it's just gonna feel that way brand wise, and I hate that. You know? So, which is why I was willing to spend more time trying to see if like things could be fixed or figure things out. Just, you know, because I was like, I at least want to try. But yeah, there was a point where I was like, nah, this is cooked. And I was like, I'm just going to have to tank something. I don't know what, but I'm going to have to tank something. It's going to suck. And I think upon leaving, all I really tanked, people received it pretty well because of the way I described it. And the thing that I tanked was knowing that it was shit, but people not. I said a lot of things and I didn't say a lot of other things, and everyone took it so well, and I was like, damn. I guess that's just it, right? That's just how it's gonna be. And I think the hard part for me was like, I can't sit here and make them look bad. I can't sit here and like talk about a lot of shit that I want to talk about because it's NDA'd or whatever, you know, or even some stuff it wasn't that it was NDA'd, it was just like there were other reasons why I couldn't talk about certain things necessarily. And yeah, it just sucked sitting there and being like, man, I just can't. Right? And then it all blew up. Yeah, wow.
Outfit debut, sailor. Law video, swimming away from a ship that is slowly sinking.
Right. Not a bad idea. Not a bad one. To a lot of us, you were the canary in the coal mine. When you left, I had the feeling the end was near. Yeah. I thought more people would feel that way about Matara, but I saw actually quite a few comments of people thinking that she must have done something wrong. And maybe it's different from my perspective because I've worked with her directly, but she's on her shit. Okay? If she works with a company and then is like, I can't do this no mo, I'm not just like, oh, it must have been fine. I'm like, oh no. Oh no. Right. That's me knowing her, working with her like directly, closely. So I don't know. But also the way she talked about it, she was really wary of not making things look bad. So I think she and I both had a similar issue where like, you know, like we were just kind of locked into like having to say things that way, you know. But yeah, I noticed that like when she left, people were like, damn, that sucks, but it's business. And then I left there like, damn, that sucks, but it's business, question mark. They were like, yeah, I could tell people were getting concerned for sure. I don't know. Motara's was worded very oddly. Yeah. Me saying that's so she had to word it like, not just she, the company, everyone had to word it like, we're not moving forward. But specifically, the company chose to not move forward with her. That was the reality of the situation, and she wanted that said. She didn't want to say, I've decided to leave because she didn't try to or want to just leave like that. Her scenario was not like that, you know? But then my scenario was, I wanted to leave. So I made sure I specifically said that because I figured, you know, I'm not going to be able to give detail too much, but I want to just make that clear, you know? And I think when people saw the differences, they were like, oh, and they were, that's when they got a little worried, you know? But what can you do? At the same time, I also wasn't trying to stir issues and stuff. There were a lot of reasons why that could have been a very bad idea. So, you know. You said, I assume they didn't like her joining that other talent company and that was why they cut her? No, that was literally brokered by them. No. I mean, a lot of us, even I did for a while, we all had, not we all, a lot of us had other companies that we were with. They're not talent companies, they're agencies. So a lot of us were signed with other companies that would go out and get us sponsorships. Because, like I said, VShojo, like, there were a lot of issues with us. You know, I found out later that so many of my things were just, like, never even followed through with, whatever, right? I believe everyone just didn't really get a lot of sponsors in and wanted more. And so the solution was sign with another company to hand you those. And from what I understand was typically the company would still get their cut, like VShojo would get their cut, and that other company would get their cut. I don't know how everyone's exact agreements were, but that was like the standard. So VShojo wouldn't lose money for having us have other people get us more sponsors that they weren't getting for us, right? Like it just made them money. So there was never any issue with us going and working with other companies. Like some people were signed with UTA, stuff like that. So that was never a thing that was ever a problem. And if anyone ever thought it was, they just didn't know how it worked. You know. So Bricky was also handling merch for Malta. People keep talking about merch and who handled merch. Like that was relevant to anyone leaving. That was not either. We were all, I could have at any point in time, and they would have given me the blessing. I could have gone to any company. I could have gone to Agent Inc. I could have gone to Moso Box. I could have gone to Orchid 8. I could have gone to Horizons Merch. I could have gone to any third-party merch company, done merch with them, and then just handed whatever the cut for VShojo should have been to them. And I would have saved them from doing some work. It would have been fine. Yeah, Bricky had to fire back at the allegations. Yeah, he had to clarify that was not an issue. That was never an issue. Because they would get their cut too. It would literally mean that they had less work to do. So anyone who's speculating on that, it was never a thing. That was just not an issue. So, yeah. Yeah. It's already been confirmed merch wasn't the reason all. It's clearly something that can't be discussed. Yeah, it's stuff that can't be discussed straight up. Yeah. Did the VShojo brand have to be in the product? No. No. Because VShojo didn't own our IPs. They had a licensing agreement where they could use our IPs in certain scenarios, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, obviously I'm not going to tell you the exact details of the contract, but we had a licensing agreement. So no, if I had like my face on a thing, I didn't have to include their logo on it with me or anything like that. So the talents were paying other companies to do the job VShojo was taking a cut for, but leaving emails unread. I think you can imagine why, you know, maybe some people had some issues with how things were going. I think you can imagine why some people wanted to just work with other companies on certain things. Like I said, so many of my sponsor emails, like people were getting ghosted, or sometimes they just didn't even like look into certain opportunities that they were emailed about, from what I heard. So yeah, of course I have an assistant on the side who just does that for me. You know. With merchandise, when I first joined the company, I did a merch line not through the company's merch. I did it through GamerSupps because I did a GamerSupps launch. And you know, that went really well. And then over the winter, that was when they had 24, past, and then winter, like getting close to 25. I was going to do another merch line. And a bit before that, we had someone in who actually was a good merch person. I kind of like the way he worked on stuff. And we did the Inquisitor drop, and that went really well. And you guys all got your stuff on time. It was pre-stocked. That was good. And then that person left. And I was like, oh no. And then things were kind of in limbo. And then someone else was there to pick up the pieces, but they were left with a lot of stuff, trying to figure stuff out. And then things were already falling apart by that point. So it's just like, you got your shirt in less than a month from that. Yeah, the guy that we had at that time, I really enjoyed, which is why I did that drop through them. Yeah, really enjoyed working with him. But then after that, we did the Hunt Week stuff. And as you can see, there's some stuff that just was never sent out. There's tons of unfulfilled orders. And that one, I would say, was not quite as bad, though, because genuinely, like, we were just waiting to manufacture one product. And I was just waiting for that product to be manufactured, because that's the kind of thing that takes time, as the key ring. And, things got delayed, and then I was leaving, and here we are, right? So, it is what it is. Has it been tough to transition back to indie, like from business accounting, etc. perspective? Not too much, because I kind of handled a lot on my end. I do really miss my manager, Kenzo. I DM him, I'm like, I miss you. I miss working with him because he was great. I might bring him on to help me with something if I can. But, I had my own team on the outside anyway, so for me, it's not so bad. Hi, Wolfie. He's meowing in the bathroom. Curious if you can't say, but did you ever have any issues with MTD since someone implied he was very inappropriate? I personally didn't. I'm not gonna pretend like in hindsight that I think something. I didn't know, but that's just me. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna sit here and discredit anything anyone said. I'm just saying for me, no. So you've worked at FM and ops and overseen stuff across departments, and you'd be depressed by how often things are like this behind the scenes, but they only manage to pull stuff together last second. Yeah, I kind of know that. I mean, maybe not in that industry, but in other industries. Yeah, there's a lot that's just shit's like this in a lot of companies. But usually, here's the way I feel about like every company. I feel like most of them have the same issue where they do have a lot of people that don't do what they're supposed to do. And then there are a couple of people who really do hold everything together. And those key people are what keep things going out the door when they need to, right? That's how things usually work. But sometimes you're in scenarios where those key people are blocked. They still can't get things done the way they need to. It's like, it's not possible. And that's when things fall apart. When those people don't have the freedom or ability to move in the way they need to. And that's just, you can't do shit at that point, right? And I feel like that's the situation we were kind of in. So there were people who were good or who wanted to do what they could, etc. There's some people who meant well. I think they just like could have put more time in. That was their worst sin, right? Like you could have put more time in, I guess, maybe. But like, even then, how much of that extra time would have been shit that was blocked, right? I don't know. So, yeah. It just becomes dysfunctional. Imagine Kenzo must have had a rough time. Yeah, he was a lifesaver, and he did a lot. He did a lot. He did so much that was beyond what his role was supposed to be. I had entire like group projects that I wanted to launch, and he was just there to be like my manager, and whoever else he was managing, he was there to be their manager. But he was sitting there and like organizing group meetings with me to talk about these projects and like sending ideas over to the right people, and being a complete project manager for things where other people should have maybe done portions of it, and he was just like, boom, let me do this. And he was just coordinating so much, and I was like, you don't have to do all that. And he just straight up was like, this is the only way it's gonna get done. And I was like, yep, okay, all right. It's just how it goes. So that's the gig I want, collab coordinator for the talent. Well, it's not, I wouldn't call it collabs.
It should have been a big red flag when general business lady left for business reasons.
Yeah, but also I couldn't say anything negative, really. Like, all of it would have been me having to discuss stuff that was not yet public and is outside, at the time I felt like was outside of the realm of what I could say. I only started saying things when stuff was already revealed and it was no longer secret or, you know, whatever, right? Like, I really, really, really only started saying that when I could. So, yeah. Hi, Lucky. He's on my desk. Would you like to sit here? Or you just complain? Oh, you want me to feed you soon? I don't know, man. Mood on the select few people who get things done. Yeah, it's always like that. It's always like that. There are a lot of people that are good at like one thing in their roles in their companies, but they're not good at all the in-between. So you need people that can hold together the in-between. And unfortunately, sometimes like those people's roles that are doing really specific jobs, they should be able to handle a bit more communication, but they just don't. So that's why, you know, I know people love to make fun of managers, but middle management is really necessary for certain people. I think if you know what the fuck you're doing, you don't need that middle manager to collect information from you. Everyone should be able to sit at a meeting and figure it the fuck out. But, I mean, some people like need that person who seems kind of useless to actually ask them these stupid questions because they don't think to communicate. Lucky, get off of my desk. Sorry, he keeps pacing. I have to feed him soon. Move. Lucky, down. Come on. He's trying so hard. There are a lot of shitty managers. Yeah, no, I agree. There are a lot of shitty ones. If you have a really good manager, it's like a life-changing experience, but there's so few. So few. A lot of them are like just barely doing their job. You know, but yeah, if you do have a good one, I mean, it's crazy. Never fire the first shot. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the problem was there was nothing that I legally could have like whistleblown or like sat there and talked about without having an issue. So, you know, I was just kind of stuck. Good managers have experience with the job. Yeah, the ideal situation in any company, in any job, is like someone who's good at what they're doing. It becomes a lead of some team and then is just kind of acting as partial manager. Kind of. Or they become a manager, they still put in some normal work hours, and then they spend, you know, their priorities management of other people. That's ideal. But the problem is when you have someone who's really good at their job, have to spend time on like administrative stuff and communication and all that. Now you don't have that really good worker doing that work for as many hours. So that doesn't always like work out, you know? Especially development doesn't always work.
I'll be your manager. My services include 3 email responses per week,
yeah.
League in Discord with Oshi, and I'll sometimes get you a sponsorship.
3 per week is a good deal. That's a lot. You know, some people would say that that's like too much for them even. That's that you're really overachieving. You know, I'll take it. I'll take it. You know, I'm used to more of like a once a month type of thing at most. So, I'll take that. 3 a week is great. 3 a week is incredible. Incredible. A lot of people who are good at their job don't want to be a manager. You know, there were times where I was managing things here and there. My thing that I always tried to do in former work was always trying to keep myself just getting to be in a role where I could just do the work and not have to manage much. I really tried. Didn't always work out, but I really tried. And you know, I would be really blunt with people. They'd be like, "Hey, you could take on this type of role for this project. We'd love to pitch you for blah blah blah." And I'd be like, "Fuck that. You know, like, I would just go, fuck that, I'm not doing it. And so I got to, like, avoid that a lot of the time and just get to do some of the rote work. Or, in a lot of cases, I would go, we don't need a manager for this one. We don't need it. We could get, like, one lead, maybe, and, you know. You said if I was forced into management, I'd just retire. I'm cool with, like, it depends on the type of project. There are some projects where the manager is just, like, the lead. They're just leading the meetings and then communicating, like, once a week with a client. If it's that, totally chill. But if you're like on something large, you have a lot of people under you and you are spending so much time just communicating between all these people, fucking sucks. It sucks. So I would only take ones where I was making an initial pitch and then like a check-in with a client here and there or something. If it was like really collaborative where the client or whoever we're doing work for wants to always be in on everything, I would refuse. I would refuse. I wouldn't do it because it was just the most annoying role ever. Terrible. You've been a team lead. It was interesting being able to see behind the management curtain without being management. Made you realize you don't want to be in management. I mean, it's just a lot of stuff that makes you feel like you're wasting your breath and you're wasting your time. But it has to happen. Someone has to do it. And it's just frustrating, you know? Like if you're in tech and you're a TPM and you're talking to a client, what's happening is the team is doing the work. You're keeping track of everyone's work. You're using some Kanban board, whatever the fuck, and making sure that everything's moving along. You're checking in with people. That part's not that bad. It's just a little tedious. But then you spend so much time talking to people who are on the outside, who need to know how the work is going, who don't know anything about tech. And you're just trying to like describe shit to them. And they'll ask you dumb questions that are only dumb from the perspective of someone who knows how this stuff works, you know? Like, so you have to be nice. They'll be like, can we just do this thing that costs $500,000 extra? And you're like, that costs $500,000 extra, and here's why. And then they're like, is there a cheaper option? And you're like, no, there isn't. It can't be done. And they're like, surely it can be done. You know, you're just like fielding these questions constantly. Yeah, can we add AI and machine learning? It's all the rage. You know, like you just spend all this time doing it. And it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating, man. Terrible. Phone calls all day. You're sitting there making reports of what the work done was, and you're trying to like make it colorful and exciting so that the people on the outside who don't know anything about the work can look at it and be like, oh, it looks really cool, you know? But like you have to make some like small adjustments look great. So you're screenshotting stuff and putting it into a chart and being like, is this text big enough? It's like stupid work.
I had
hate
to
it.
write the mandated AI section for a recent proposal and I wanted to jump.
Oh, yeah. That's why I'm glad I'm not really like doing that type of work right now, because that's what everyone's requesting right now. I was already experiencing some of that a bit ago, but I love not being in this type of work in this year, you know, in like last year, this year. Oh man. No thanks. Thankfully, a lot of the stuff that I did couldn't really be solved with it. So I got to avoid it anyway, but I still got asked so many questions about it. And ugh, man. So annoying. It's same in other industries like event planning. People say, can we have a 50-foot ice sculpture at the barbecue? Yeah. It's the same experience no matter where you go, right? Like explaining shit in layman's terms to clients on the outside is just, no, thank you. Yeah, arguing why they've got to spend money on necessary legal requirements. Oh, that's the worst. When you have to sit there and tell them, like, legally, I can't store this data this way. I can't. I have to do X, Y, Z. And they're like, what if we just did, though? And I'm like, that's illegal. I've had people ask me, how much are the fines? Like, they're, like, considering, like, eating a fine and then not fixing the issue, and we build it that way anyway. I'm like, what do you mean? I've been asked that so many times. I'm like, brother, no. What if we just ate it? And I'm like, that's such a like rich executive way of thinking, you know? 10K per entry per day, bitch. Yeah. Yeah. The EU finds 10% of revenue. Oh, for stuff like that? Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, that is crazy. I don't know, dude. It's just... I feel like you said, like, every industry has that too, though, right? Like, people always ask for stuff that just can't be done. And then they ask for stuff that's illegal all the time. And right, you said in architecture, right? You've got so much going on with architecture, like that you have to stick by. And people will be like, what if we just did it, though?
GDPR legit changed how I architect systems.
Mm-hmm. There's so many regulations that make it so that your most elegant solution is just not usable. It's terrible. When you're working with certain agencies, certain industries, and they're storing certain types of information, you just there's so much you have to do, especially like medical. If you're storing medical information, oh my god, the regulations are insane. Everything has to be HIPAA compliant. When you make sites for certain agencies, you have to be compliant with all these things. You literally have to make like the website contrast high enough for certain agencies. Like there's like actual rules. Yeah, it's not just HIPAA, guys. It's so much more than that. But it's just, oh my god, there's so much. There's so much. Wait until you see how many offices ignore them. Oh yeah, well, you know, but it's not your fault at that point. Like, you built the thing and you're like, it's good, and then you hand it off and you're like, here you go. Times New Roman is illegal. If you use a serif font on this website, you will die. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. You did IT work for dentists and doctors, and they're the cheapest bastards on the planet? Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. And the way they work is so inefficient. So inefficient. But same with anything in like the real estate industry or construction. When they're dealing with all of these regulations on early paperwork, they do everything on paper, like genuinely. And so many people want these solutions to not have to do these things on paper, but then they won't comply with all these regulations, so they just stick to their archaic whatever the fuck. It's so bad. You know for a fact that Twitch activity stores 28 days of data on the back end, even though the front end doesn't show it, because that's the GDPR limit without having to do a bunch of extra work. That's why? Fuck that, dude. I want to go to my activity feed, to filter by subs, and be able to scroll through 28 days worth if I scroll that far. I want that so badly. And I always figured there was a stupid reason. Yeah. Yep. Did you ever try to explain to a bioinformatician you can't DNA sequence whole cities and forward them the data? Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Ugh. Working for a company from overseas, there's much less strict regulations. There's a lot of saying that's illegal. We can't do that here. Yeah. That's one of the hard parts of outsourcing a lot of work too, is they have to learn what they're allowed to do to make it a usable thing in the US. And they don't always learn that stuff. And that's so much management time wasted on like teaching these people what is and isn't allowed, why you have to do things a certain way, making them documentation so that they understand this. It's a lot. Like, you're gonna pace again? I gotta feed him soon. His feeding time's got a little messed up today, so I gotta feed him in a little bit. The front end limit is 200 events, even the ones that got filtered. Yeah, that's the part that I hate, is when you filter it out, it just subtracts them. It doesn't do like last 200 subs. It's like last 200 anything. And then if I'm like, don't show me the follows though, it just goes, okay, and it gets rid of them. And then it only shows me like 5 recent subs because there were a bunch of follows. And so like, I just want to go back. And if I missed a sub, because look, what I want to be able to do is I want to, at the end of the stream, thank all the subs at the end as I'm closing out. Okay? I don't want to sit here and if I miss a sub, get stressed because I can't find it later. You know, I want to be able to, like, at the end of the stream, just print it all out. And I know I can use things like Stream Elements, whatever. I know you can use other services that will, like, log it and figure it out. But goddamn it, just have it in the activity feed. You know, just have it, man. Please. Please. Hi, your mic is super low compared to other streams like every other one. She used whatever the fuck treatment. I don't know what that is. What is that? Is that a real word or is this a joke? Her mic is perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, everyone has told me that my mic is low when I get into other games and stuff all the time. I have a cloud lifter daisy chained into this shit. It's plugged into a normal ass interface here. And the volume on it is all the way up. There you go. It is a mystery to me as well. It is a mystery to me. You'd rather have it be low and turn up than go deaf? Yeah. Yeah. You think my stream's general audio is a lot quieter? Do you mean compared to me, or you like overall? Overall, you always have to turn me up. Use the FFC audio. Yeah, no, the compressor's the best. The compressor's good. Just overall for you. Yeah, I don't know, dog. I mean, all of my sliders on my audio mixer are up in OBS, right? Like mic audio. I actually have it. I've added 2 decibels to it just to make me louder, like straight up in OBS, just bumping me up a little bit. The slider for it is all the way up. The physical slider in front of me that controls my mic, all the way up. Everything's always been like in all of my Windows settings as well. My mic audio, all the way up. So, you know, all you can assume is that your hardware, for whatever reason, is just what it is. Sure your cloud lifter's working? Yeah, I've tested it with and without. Have you right-clicked the volume icon in taskbar, click sound, selected mic, and raise those? Yes. I've done literally, look, every setting. Every setting is like right where it's supposed to be. And the thing is, if you also just bump volume in a lot of settings, it makes your mic sound like shit. So that's one of the other issues too. There are some ways where I could, like in software, find ways to just turn it up. But then you get that like weird extra gainy sound and it sounds like garbage. Garbage. Disgusting. So, yeah. Yeah, have you computer? So a streamer sounds like when it doesn't scream to entertain. No, the audio is also just kind of quiet. It is. Yeah, I agree, Joel. I agree. Audio issues are the worst. I've been helping a lot of my streamer friends with all these things. Everyone has audio issues constantly. Constantly. And it's just insane. Insane. Also, did you come here just to tell me about like audio stuff? I don't care. I don't. This is the thing. At the end of the day, the best scenario here is my shit's just a little quiet and people just have to turn it up a little. You have a slider, you know? It's all good. No, I'm not talking to you, Joel. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to someone else. Jesus. No, but like, I think that's better than some of the other issues I could cause by trying to fix it. The good thing is it's pretty consistent. Right? The good thing is that being a little quiet all the time is just being a little quiet. But all the other stuff, I don't know. You'd rather turn up than have your ears blasted? Yeah, me too. Me too. Not everything's about you, Joel. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't know, man. This is why I think about, I don't know. I try to not project my voice too much, but I find that when I'm streaming, I'm actually speaking louder than like my normal speaking voice. I always speak up a little bit because I'm aware I'm on stream, right? It's like when people talk on the phone and they speak like a little louder because they're like, there's a microphone here and someone on the other end. You just do that a little bit. I do that. My normal speaking voice is just a little lower. And I'm like, really? I should just shove the mic right up to my face and speak lower? But I can't get myself to do it. I don't know. I'm just hyper aware that I'm on a microphone and I just raise my voice a little bit. So I could be even quieter, is what I'm saying. I could be even quieter. It could be way worse. It could be bad. Can the cats pick up on that? Like they know when you're not streaming? I think so, yeah, because if I'm in a game, playing a game with people, and I'm doing like normal, lower speaking voice, and I'm not streaming, they do act differently. They're more likely to come in here and like hang out in this one like area next to me, whereas if I'm streaming, it's either Nucky's on my lap or they go elsewhere and they sleep elsewhere. But that just might be that like I'm being a little louder, so they're like, ugh, and they just want to sleep in another room because it's loud. For them at least. I don't know. They hate it. They hate chat. It's terrible. If you get the mic too close for good audio, it causes you to lose face tracking. I leave it to my side, which realistically the mic should be like in the middle, but I find that I end up smacking it all the time. So I leave the mic to the side, and this is why when I turn here, obviously you can tell I'm turning away from it, and now I'm turning toward it. There's clearly a difference, which I don't like having that exist. But the other option is I put it down low, like right in front of me, and I sometimes lose tracking, and my cats keep smacking it, and I keep smacking it because I talk with my hands and I wave them around like a crazy person. So, you know, I'll take it. Plus, my chat is on this side. I'm always turning like this, so it's fine. If chat was on this side and I was always here, I feel like it'd be a little cooked. It'd be a little cooked, a little weird. You have a VST chain plugin, plug-in chain rather, directly hooked into your mic's drivers using a program. So every program had pre-mastered audio. Yeah, I used to have something like that happening, but it didn't play well with everything. So sometimes on Discord, I would sound all like crunchy and garbled up and, you know, like I couldn't get it to sound nice with everything, and I'd have to adjust a bunch of settings for everything it was going through, or certain games would like pick it up like shit. And I was like, okay, well, fuck that. fuck this. And I just destroyed it. I uninstalled it after a while. No thanks. Yeah, it's high maintenance. I know. I've tried. Imagining having and then a wireless lavalier mic that somehow isn't complete garbage. They always just sound like poop. Yeah. I don't know. I've thought about getting a nicer mic, but I'm worried that you're going to hear everything. So I really want, I've done recordings of myself with a couple different mics. I borrowed some from friends. I went to this one store that had a few and did recordings in the same room with a bunch of different mics. So I brought my own there. And then I tried a few. And the Neumann TLM2 was so nice. It made me sound like the way I sound in my head, or not exactly, but closer. And I was like, I love this mic. But the problem is, it's a condenser mic. It would pick up every single fucking sound in the room. And you can treat the room better and make it not pick up everything. But like you would hear my cats stepping on the floor as they walk around. Like it's so like it's possible for me to make it not quite pick up every little thing. And yeah, I can make it so that specifically on OBS, you know, it doesn't like do all that. But yeah, you hear the atoms move. You hear everything. You would probably hear like when my air kicks on, it goes like a little bit. You'd probably hear that. So I don't know. I've thought about it, but yeah, it's more of a sound booth mic than like a streamer room mic. I also have a bigger room now, so there's a lot of like space for sound. I don't know. Surely can't be as big of a difference as TJ's mic was. I'm glad she got the mic. You know, when she first joined our crew on the server and she had her old cooked mic, I went to her stream after like her being around for a little bit, and it was her birthday, and I sent $100 dono, and I was just like, get a new mic. I was like, you're becoming a streamer now, get a new mic. Oh, it was funny. I'm glad she eventually got it. I'm glad she did. You'd be able to set up a limiter and not pick that much up. Yes, but the thing is, the limiter would likely be an OBS, which means it wouldn't apply to other things, which means I'd have to go back to software daisy chaining shit together, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Is the verdict on Yeti mics still good for entry-level stuff? I think so, but I think for a similar price, you can get other good ones. So I don't think you really have to go with the Yeti. I think it's old news. I'm pretty sure there are new ones that are in that price range that are out now. I just don't know exactly because I have this one and I don't research mics anymore, but yeah. Or not cheaper ones or anything. But this one works. If it works, it works, right? Ethel and Connor have those mics. They sound so good. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. I really do like that mic. I'm just worried I would set it up and then have an issue with it while streaming and be like, oh, I don't like that it picks up this, that, and then take it off, go back to my old one, and then put it in the closet. And that would kill me. That would kill me. Because of the price of it? Oh my god. I'd have to find someone to sell it to if I was doing that. And I don't want to experience that in general, so. I don't know. You know any mixers that have USB input for a mic? Nah. I'm sure there are, but nah. I don't research that stuff no mo. I've had the same equipment for a while because it works, so I don't know what's currently out there. Imagine you use Voicemeeter. I did for a while. I used to use it. I hate it. I hate it. Get a physical mixer if you can. It plays so poorly with a lot of programs. It just does not work well. I don't like it. I don't like it. No thanks. See if you can rent one. That's true. I might actually be able to rent one and just slap it into my setup. I shouldn't need to do a lot to make it sound good. A couple settings I would have to change, but, you know, physically, I would just attach it to my mic stand and try it. So, maybe. Even AT2020. That's a good one. That's a really, really good mic. Connor has audio playing through speakers and he's set up to not have that audio picked up. I've been thinking about this for a long while. I kind of want to swap to when I'm streaming. Obviously not if I'm on Discord with friends playing a game, but for a lot of stuff, I've thought about having audio play through speakers because I just don't want to wear a headset all the time. Like I think I'm just kind of over always doing that. So I wanna do that eventually and get that all set up because I feel like it's just better. I don't know. I think it's just better. Yeah, the head dent. Ooh, did you hear him? Nucky, knock. Ooh, tell him. He quacked. Yeah, sometimes he does that. He sounds like that. Nucky. I don't think he'll do it while he's on his desk. Nucky, speak. He never does stuff from the desk. He doesn't want to. He'll do it if I have food or if we're in another room. Lucky, come here. He does have a cute voice. Actually, Wolfie has the cutest voice, but you'll like never hear him. He meows specifically in other rooms. Right, Wolfie? Maybe he'll do it. Hold on. He's sitting there staring at me. Hold on. Alexa, turn on triple. I'm gonna try it. Wolfie, come here. Wolfie, speak. Oh, he's moving his head. He's trying. Wolfie, look at me. I see you. Wolfie, speak. Oh, he did the thing where he opens his mouth to meow, but he makes no sound. It's just air. Oh, good boy. He did it. He did it.
What if your want went?
Moo!
Moo. Wolfie. Oh. Oh, that's so cute. But they can't hear it, though. It's just air. Wolfie. He's done it 3 times. Wolfie. Give me a loud one. Come here. He has the cutest voice. He really does, though. Wolfie, speak. Oh! I don't know if you heard that. Did you hear it? I don't know if you heard it. It was so small. Oh my god. I'm so little baby. Oh. He either sounds like that, or he's like all the way in another room, and when you hear someone in another room going, meow, like screaming, that's him. It's one or the other. Sometimes he does really high-pitched ones too, like a tiny little, 2-inch tall baby. But that's rare. Right, Wolfie? Oh, he did it again. Oh, so good. Oh, so good. Okay, I gotta feed them because their timing was off today. So I'm gonna feed them and then we're gonna play a game. I know we yapped for like fucking 4 hours. It's crazy. 4 hours. We're gonna play a video game. So I'm gonna do that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna feed them. Get a snack. I want watermelon, but then I have to cut it. And I really don't want to do that right now. Like, I'm not going for like the midstream watermelon processing thing. So I'll figure it out. I'll be back. I'll find something. BRB, in the meantime, I want you to tell Boris all of your woes. He will listen. Trauma dub on him. 3, 2, 1, go.
Boris, I have this weird oozing rash on my elbow and it's been there for like 3 years. Am I cooked? Boris, am lil fella. How do am big fella? Oh Boris of the screen, why is YouTube sending me ads for femboy socks? What does it know? Boris, can you teach me how to dance? I miss my wife Boris, I miss her a lot. Poro's sad. Boris, my parents are getting divorced. How do I cope? Boris, oh Boris, please bestow me your wisdom. The caca man won't leave me alone. Please send help. Boris, my cat decided to break up with me. He took the car, the other cats, all of the food, but left the litter boxes. Help me, I'm in shambles, donk sad.
Hey, Boris, don't get too scared. She was only gone for a minute patrol dumping and just to build character. You don't need any help, do you? Didn't think so. Okay, back soon. Love you, hugs and kisses, bye.
Oh Boris, my Boris, you look stunning tonight. Is that a new haircut? Boris, what's the lottery numbers for this week? We know you get the inside scoop. Boris, bad news and good news. Bad news, I ran out of toilet paper in the mob barracks and used one of your suits. Good news, I remembered not to flush it. I left it in your room where I found it. Dearest Boris, what is your favorite cleaning solution for tile flooring? GEEGA spray. Boris, don't listen to the other guy. Boris, I've been practicing my Italian accent for my NoPixel application. How easy it? Boris, can I borrow your Costco membership card? We desperately need more toilet paper for the creatures. Boris, what's the deal with airline food? My dearest Boris, awu u elu ha o wamu u awu ha yi wa 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 hu he hu hi he wa 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 wa. Okay, maybe eat ton yizu samu waku izui art tori sudo betazan my Japan yizu aku sento.
Guys, terrible news. Actually, I wanted to get watermelon, and I was like, maybe I'll just cut a slice. And then I decided I didn't want to do it. So I have chips instead. I just wanted watermelon, man. It's okay. It's terrible. Awful news. Go back to your home. Oh, Boris. Did you tell him, did you tell him all of your worries and woes? Did you let him know? Did you get a watermelon? Well, I have a solid, full, not yet cut watermelon. So I washed the outside of it. That was it. So I'll do it later. You had the best watermelon of your life a few weeks back and you've been chasing that high for a while. I had a really good one like a month ago and I was like, God, if only they were all like that, man. I'm always so scared when I cut into one. I'm like, I hope it doesn't have that grainy shit like in most of the middle, you know? We'll see. We'll see. It's the summer, you know, so I've been eating a lot of fruit. Did you know that Boris is now the biological father to over 30 people in chat? It doesn't work like that, but... Okay.
Boris, I'm here for the secret info that Milady GEEGA doesn't want the world to know. Oh. Hi Milady GEEGA.
Hey.
I caught Boris trying to sell your secrets.
He would never do such a thing. He would never do that.
Sorry for the late message to Boris, but Boris the First need you to know that I'm in desperate need of a hug. Not from you in particular, I just crave human contact. I'm so lonely since the accident, donk sad.
I can't get over that you said Boris the First. Oh, he said Boris the First. Oh my God. Well, look. Boris is a great listener, but it's really all he does is he listens. He can't really do shit for you. But he can be there when you need him most.
Boris the 14th Esquire.
I wonder if he does that with, like, most names? I don't know. Maybe it's just the name Boris in particular. I'm curious. Does Boris even speak? He speaks, yet do you have the ability to hear him? Perhaps your stupid little human ears cannot comprehend.
Blazing Saddle Saws MMXXV.
MMXXV.
Fart Muncher 14.
Okay, but he didn't say the 14th. Now, if he did, we would have found a new meta, okay? Maybe if you capitalize the F. Do you think if you capitalize the F, he would do it? Or do you think he has a database of, like... Or not a database of, but he understands. Like, that's a name, right? He's talking. You just ain't listening, boy. That's what I was saying.
GEEGA 14.
Shit! Yeah. He just doesn't get it.
Dick fuck the Dong Smasher 17.
Yeah, he doesn't know. Man. He tried. Anyway, BGM off. I wanted to play more of this creepy game. It's creepy, but it's not a game about being creepy, which I like.